What's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claro.
And this is Words of Radiance, the final chapters on the Nerdy,
the Wordy,
the book club. Oh. Thank you for joining us this lovely Friday morning that's not a Thursday.
Not a Thursday, guys. It is, in fact, Friday.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure.
Sorry about the schedule being wrong about that, and the fact that I didn't tweet at all this week about the schedule being right. But I hope you were in book club last week and you saw.
We're great at our jobs, honestly.
You know what? I want to make it harder to see the show. Honestly,
yeah.
I want it to be more difficult to follow the Nerdy, the Wordy, the book club. Welcome in, everybody. This is a show that has recently found out that the Nerds Radiant have been reformed. These words have been accepted. And the first person to join since that happened was Dorma. Dorma, thank you. Welcome to the Nerds Radiant. We truly appreciate you.
We definitely need to change the name of that, like, officially. And
we need a little art piece, though. And I don't want to change without the art piece.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know. We can change the name of it and come up with, like, an icon later.
All right. Victor Decina, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you.
Won't be able to watch as I have to take my dog to the vet. I am so sorry to hear your doggo
that's
is
never
ill.
Fun.
Hope you guys have a blast. Say hello again to Nightblood. Ha-ha.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Ha-ha. Ha-ha.
You know what? Nightblood was probably one of my favorite characters from Warbreaker, so, like, you know what? I dig it.
I am a little bit worried about Nightblood in this world.
I mean, Nightblood is a menace.
No, but I mean in particular, like, at least in Warbreaker, Nightblood is limited in its ability to do damage by breath, right? On some level. But if Stormlight can be used to infuse Nightblood becomes a far more dangerous weapon.
I guess it depends on how efficient, like, what is the efficiency of breath versus Stormlight? Like, is it a 1-to-1 ratio, or is it like a 0.35 ratio?
Agreed, yeah.
Right?
But even if it's a lesser ratio, there's infinite Stormlight. You don't have to have someone give you it willingly. There's no consent issues with Stormlight, right? The storm comes, you get...
But if the Stormlight gets used up so much faster, then the storm only comes every, like, couple days or once a week or whatever it ends up being. So...
well, actually, only a Radiant would then be able to wield Nightblood, right? Because nobody else would be able to breathe in Stormlight to infuse the sword.
Potentially.
Maybe.
We'll see. Linus Fiction, thank you for that super chat.
Linus, you do not need to keep giving us money. You are so absurd this week. You're so absurd.
Everyone in chat, say thank you, Linus, for sponsoring almost every chapter.
What the fuck?
What?
Just keep talking.
Oh. Yeah, no, okay. Look, okay.
Oh my god.
Look, guys, okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about streamer etiquette. Dropping a death in chat is generally frowned upon. I understand that we're all very upset about Maggie Smith.
I didn't know.
But you didn't know, and now suddenly you are thrown off for the show. And I wasn't going to tell you until afterwards. So please don't do that. It's like, yeah. Most streamers agree that they don't want you to drop a bomb like that in the middle of their live stream. But yes,
I mean, it's gonna happen.
Maggie Smith.
That's wow. Yeah, incredible life.
Yeah, truly iconic. She will be missed. I know, that's a tough one.
That's wild.
I know. I saw it this morning and I was like, gonna deal with that later. My favorite
Maggie Smith moment is an interview with Graham Norton where they're talking about Downton Abbey, and he's like, "Have you ever seen Downton Abbey?" And she goes, "I have the DVDs." And then she just gives this coy smile, and that's her whole answer. And I was like, that's amazing. That's so...
yeah, iconic.
So funny. She's like, I don't need to watch it. I was there. I filmed it.
Yeah.
I'm in almost every scene.
Well, and that's the thing is, if you're in something for a scene, an episode, or, like, a smaller percentage, it's fun to see how the show comes together. But she's literally there on set. She made it happen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Rest in peace, Maggie Smith, a true legend.
Seriously.
The coolest, like one of the most amazing things a person has done and look, there's a lot of amazing like real world things, but in the media industry,
Sure.
is her commitment to staying in the role of Professor McGonagall through her cancer, and doing that because she knew how much it meant to the fans of that series.
Yeah.
And regardless of that series now,
Sure.
at the time it was an unbelievable act that she absolutely did not need to do for the fans that she did. That I think is it's just one of the most legendary things ever, to be like, oh no, I was suffering that entire time, and I did it anyway because I knew that they would like it, and it would make people happy.
Yeah.
And it is the gift of being an entertainer that you get to make people happy with your life, right? I think
100%.
that is...
It is a blessing. Truly.
Yeah. It's so special, and I think that her commitment to that and her commitment to her craft was just, unparalleled.
Yeah, unmatched.
God, she was born before World War II. That's wild.
I know. No, she lived a full, long life,
Yeah.
Can't be too mad at that.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, well, let's transition out of that somehow.
Linus, thank you again for that super chat. We will talk about that. Also, Sylvia, I see you retracted your message, no problem. But thank you for 2 super chats. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for 2 super chats. Welcome to the live book club. Sorry, I started off on a little bit of a.
Is what it is. Linus says, we got through it. So interesting to hear if you think all the highs balance out the fake out deaths.
That's
We're gonna
we'll get to it.
Talk about it.
That is what I said.
But I do think that mostly yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say before we get into the chapters. I am glad we did not finish the book last night.
Yes.
I'm glad we finished the book like midday Wednesday, and that we had a day to like sit with it.
Digest it.
I think that if you watch the reactions, the in the moment reaction to it versus the like yesterday sitting with, and I've reread some of the chapters in the last day, and like the sitting with the whole book, I definitely feel differently, not completely to how I felt in those reactions, the audiobook reactions we did this week, every single one because of Linus. Fucker. But I do think that I'm just glad I didn't finish the reading at like midnight, go to bed, wake up, and do the show.
Yeah.
With how large this book is, I think that would have done a disservice to it.
Yeah, it needed some time to marinate. Darmok, thank you for that super chat. Off to work because of the hurricane. Stay safe out there. Off work, not off to work. Off work because of the hurricane. Well, I guess
please
silver
be
linings?
safe. Helene is coming. It looks like it's going to be serious. If you did it hit this morning?
I thought it was like in the middle of the night.
Oh my god. Well, if you are,
or like right now. Please be safe. Regardless,
Yeah. It's going to hit Georgia as a category 1. That's not too bad. But please be safe. Yeah. It definitely hit. God damn, I'm so behind.
No, you're fine.
Please take care of yourselves in the wake of hurricanes. They've been a mainstay in my family my whole life, and I just know take them seriously. It's not worth it to not. If you're going to go to a hurricane party, go to a hurricane party at someone whose house is more fortified than yours.
A hurricane party.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to sling back hurricanes or Mississippi mudslides in the hurricane. If you're going to die in a hurricane, you might as well be drunk.
Well, actually, you're more likely to survive.
What?
If you are, like, intoxicated and you get hit by something, you're more likely to survive it.
Sure, but in a hurricane in particular, the next thing that happens after you get hit by something is that you're drowning. And it's probably good to have your wits about you to swim.
Maybe.
So I don't know how much it would actually help your...
Hey, I'm trying to see the positives, okay? Brian, welcome back to the Nerds Radiant. Do you like Kramer or Redding more as a narrator, and has that opinion ever flipped over the years?
I think that Kramer gets better stuff to do.
Yeah, but like pattern is also so well done.
I love her pattern.
So it's like I honestly, they're both great. I don't have a favorite because I think whatever they're each given, they fucking crush it.
I think it's tough because, especially in like this book, Redding is really the voice of Shalon, and Michael Kramer is everybody else.
Kind of.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, he is Dalinar, Adolin, Sadeas, Amaram POV, Kaladin POV. We get a little bit of Redding with Lift, but Zeth POV.
Well, and also...
no, and Redding gets Eshonai. But that's only 2 chapters in this book.
Yeah, and I think, like, we've had a couple Navani moments as well. They're pretty
Have
rare.
Have POV Navani moments?
I think when she was testing the Fabrial lift system thingy.
I can't remember now.
That was one thing. But no, that is a great point. I think that Kramer gets a lot of the big moments.
And I think it was the same in Wheel of Time, right? I think that Wheel of Time, he was Rand, Matt, and Perrin, and Lan. And then, you know, there's just... I think that these books tend to lean a little bit male in the ones that we've read where they've done it together.
Yeah.
And I think they're both fantastic.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to judge because...
No, it's so hard to pick.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, they both do such an incredible job.
Yeah.
Gordon Chen, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. You guys can now go watch the entire last section of this book reacted to. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. And Blue, thank you for 10 gifted memberships as well. Oh my God, we're gonna just have an entirely green chat. Y'all,
we appreciate you guys.
No, seriously. Thank you to everybody who commissioned chapter reactions for this book. We had a blast. Thank you to Arazu who organized all that, and thank you to James Ross, who kind of took over when Arazu was on vacation. Mm-hmm. You guys really fucking crushed it. We are so incredibly grateful. This book has been a unique experience, I think, specifically because of the reactions.
Yeah, I never thought I would react to this much audiobook.
No, me neither. I did not realize.
And honestly, look, I'm gonna be real. I'm so glad that you guys are okay with us painting during the reactions, because I don't know that I could have done that many reactions without the painting.
For sure.
Yeah, the mini painting really made it helped me focus.
Yeah.
Because I don't do anything without 2 things going on at once, right? Like when I edit, I have another thing happening, and so focusing on one thing at a time is hard for me. And so I think that the painting really made the reacting more fun for us. Yeah. But also, this past week, I don't know that I could have done that entire last section.
All of it? Yeah.
Just sitting here I would have started drooling.
Yeah, my eyes need something to keep them busy, which is why before I would have the Kindle so that I could, just to have something to look at. Judah Kennedy, thank you for that super chat. How's Sando's prose in Wars of Radiance versus his earlier books?
Oh, that's an interesting question. In some ways, I think he's really improved, right? I think that there's a lot of really strong elements of his writing. In some ways, I think that he's a little pretentious at times now, particularly when he's writing about art.
Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna lie. That Hoid section fucking drove me up the wall. But other than that, yeah, I agree with you, absolutely.
He does sort of write sometimes now like a professor at a university. And I know that he is a professor at a university, but it does... There are some sections where it, feels like he's trying to convince me that art is important. And, I get it. You know what I mean? But that might also be a symptom of me having gone to school for writing and for
sure.
So that just might be
I am positive that our take on that chapter is unique to our experience of having done this our whole lives.
Yeah.
And so there's no dig, there's no malice at it. It's just something that I cringe at because of my diploma.
Yeah, but I think in some ways his prose has gotten really strong. I will be honest, I still think that Mistborn has the strongest combat writing. In terms of my being able to follow what is happening.
For sure.
I think that the way he described the Mistborn abilities with Vin and the fighting throughout that whole series.
Yeah.
I think had a lot of clarity. And I think that part of that was that, it was a lot more these 2 people fighting on this street. And what is the I think that Brandon Sanderson had a really wonderful layout in his mind of the streets of those cities. Mm-hmm. Whereas in this, because it's just on the Shattered Plains, it's much harder to landmark for the readers, or in the sky, what the physical location is of the combat, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that, I still think the combat in this is quite excellent, and I'm not complaining. But I think my favorite fights are still, for his writing style, I think are still the Kelsier fight with the Inquisitors and the Lord Ruler when Kelsier dies.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the Vin stuff after that.
Yeah, for sure.
Just visually. But having said that, like, I still think Mistborn is my favorite. The first and third Mistborn books are still my favorite Sanderson books.
Yeah.
And that's not to knock anything else. They're all very good. Those two books are, I think, so excellent to me. And a little bit more concise.
Yeah. Which I think is so valid. Guillermo, thank you so much for 20 gifted memberships.
You are crazy.
Y'all are fucking mad lads out there.
Genuinely mad lads.
That is so many people who can now go enjoy those reactions.
Yeah.
Damn. Thank you. Seriously, guys. Thank you so much. It's been a fucking ride. Like, genuinely.
Sylvia Cottrell says, as a book editor, I feel the same way regarding his wink wink nod nod craft stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I get it. I understand also why it's there, but it's just for me, I'm like, thank you.
Kumi says, what about Adelin's Brawl, though? If you're talking about White Spine Uncaged, I think that the fighting is so good that whole sequence, because I've gone back and reread it. And it's so undercut to me by the introduction of actually more people can join Adolin thing happening after the fight starts.
Yeah, but the actual choreography of it is absolutely solid.
Yeah. And so it's just like, it's one of the coolest fights in these books that if it was just set up differently, I think that it might be my favorite thing that he's written.
For sure.
But because of the way
iconic.
Elhokar introduces that someone else can jump in and help him, there's just something lost in it for me personally. It takes a little bit of the
air. Yeah. Like, it deflates it a little bit. Not to say that it is bad, but it is an unfortunate, like, kind of undercut. There's a couple people asking in chat when we're doing Mistborn Era 2. And that is a great question.
I want to do Oathbringer next. I don't want to not do Oathbringer.
Yeah. That one is like TBD, put a pin in it. We want to do Oathbringer next, and then perhaps we'll jump into Mistborn Era 2. But we're kind of just like really into Stormlight Archive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna TBD. We're doing it. Don't worry. Like, it's gonna happen. Navigating this is weird.
Johnny Coleman says, what do you think of
that super chat?
What do you think about Syl not wanting Cal to use... Sorry, Johnny Coleman. Thank you for the super chat. Wanting Cal to use dead blades... what do you think about Syl not wanting Cal to use dead blades, but being fine with using Parshendi corpses? Okay, this is really simple to me. I think that Syl would have a problem with Kaladin using the souls of the Parshendi as a weapon. I don't think she gives a shit about meat.
Yeah,
and cartilage, right? Yeah. Like, I think the problem with the Shardblades isn't that they are dead Spren bodies, but that they are the souls of these dead Spren that tied to a physical form.
Back to life unceremoniously. And they're literally screaming. Yeah,
like Syl is not advocating for Kaladin to become a vegetarian. Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, using the Parshendi corpses is akin to just using anything that is in the world that comes from dead things, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Shardblades are literally like the souls of those Spren, like, forged into a physical object, and it draws them partially back to life every time they're used. Yeah. And so they're screaming.
Yeah.
Like, every time Cal touches it, they are screaming at Syl, right? And she hears that screaming. Whereas a Parshendi person, they're dead. Their soul is gone. It's just meat at that point.
Yeah.
That's how that's how I feel.
No, it's pretty fucked up. Blue has opened up the questions channel. Thank you, Blue.
Oh, good.
That. Yeah. We're doing Are we doing Edge Dancer by itself next week, or is it?
No, it's Edge Dancer. No. It's full book recap is in 2 weeks. Next week is Edge Dancer and the essay.
Okay.
About Roshar. What is it called?
Yeah. Okay.
Is the Roshar essay? I don't know what that is. So
that's fine. We'll find that.
I think it's in the Ars Arcanum, right?
Yeah. So Blue is right. You can put your questions in the questions channel if you like, or you can keep giving us money to ask them. That is also fine. Yeah. But we are doing a full book recap in 2 weeks, which will include the essay and Edge Dancer as well. We won't look at those questions until after. We won't look at those questions until the day of the show.
Yes.
So if you want to ask things about Edge Dancer, like pre-ask anything, like you are more than welcome. But again, no leading questions.
The mods will clean that up before we look at it.
Yes,
so.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
Before we're already 20 minutes in, but we should tell you that this podcast is brought to you by MistyMountainGaming.com. MistyMountainGaming.com is a website where you can buy things. And I know there aren't many of those, so you're probably not familiar with the process. But if you go into the Chromes, the Firefoxes, the Safaris, the Edges.
The Opera.
Opera, that's one.
That's what I use.
And you open DuckDuckGo. You can type in MistyMountainGaming.com, and it will take you to a gorgeous, beautifully produced website that has access to all the things necessary for you to play a titty RPG.
Hell yeah. If you see a thing that you like, you can click on that thing. And then there will be a button that says add to cart, right? And you can go do that as many times as you want, with as many items as you want. And then you go to your cart at the end and you press checkout. And you enter all your information.
Enter your mom's credit card information.
Yeah, enter your mom's credit card information and put in the code nerdynightly15 to get yourself 15% off because everybody loves sweet saving deals, all right?
That's a discount.
Yeah, discount.
A discount in this economy?
Yeah, a discount.
Who can afford that? Thanks, Obama. Go to MistyMountainGaming.com, use code nerdynightly15 for 15% off your order. Remember when Thanks Obama was like the funniest joke you could tell?
Honestly, it's still pretty good.
Does Gen Alpha even know who Obama is?
Probably not. At this point, probably not. I know, Nerdy did an In This Economy joke. I'm so proud.
Yeah, but the difference is it was actually about the economy, and yours never are.
But that's why it's funny. That's why my jokes are better. Do it. Go to Miss Mountain Gaming, buy some things, and get us, and in doing so, buy us dinner, because we make money when you spend it.
Torlando, thank you for joining the Nerds of Radiance.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. And Judah Canizares, thank you for getting us out of this hand read with that super chat.
Thank you.
Why do you think about Lopen's arm and Renarin's arms healing and getting better, but not Cal's scars? Does it bother you? Why or why not? Oh, interesting. Does it bother me? It doesn't really bother me. I think there's going to be a reason for it.
Well,
if there's not a reason for it, then it bothers me. If it's never explained, I'm going to be like, okay, but like, what the fuck? But I think it will, right?
Well, we've never established that Stormlight doesn't heal scars. Like, okay, for example, scars
if
are not...
If it's regenerating an entire arm.
Yeah, but how can it tell that the scar is an injury? Because the injury is, like, old. Okay, the way that I think about it is, do you guys remember the Doctor Who episode? Where the fucking Are You My Mummy one, right? Where the nanobots thought that they knew what a human was because they found a human with the gas mask on and they were like, this is our template of what a human is.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that like the reason that the Stormlight knows that the eyes need to be fixed and the arm needs to be fixed is because they have a template of what a human is, but that scars are surface level.
So is that why?
So they don't get healed.
Radiance all have light eyes because they're just being slowly turned into template human, and that template human had blue eyes.
Well, they don't get blue eyes; they get lighter eyes.
Kaladin gets blue eyes.
Yeah, Moash gets tan eyes, like
That's
light
fair.
tan.
That's fair.
The same as Amaram's eyes.
Yeah, spoilers for Doctor Who.
You know, fuck you. It's a decade old. But yes, you're right. Honestly, a banger episode. I'm gonna reference it again later at the end for a different reason. We'll get there.
K-Rion says tied to internal self-image in some way, maybe. I don't love that though, because I feel like if I misspeak here, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend anybody. But honestly, every person I know who has a disability for a significant amount of time, right, eventually comes to the point where that is who they are, right? Mm-hmm. And it isn't, you know, there's a point where it is no longer something to be... It's no longer a detriment to them. It is just it's just how they live their life.
Especially if you are born with it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because that is just what you know.
Yeah, I had a friend when I was in middle school, and he had oh god, it's a disease, not disease, a condition he was born with, where he only had like 2 fingers on his left hand and 3 fingers on his right, and his hands. It was the disease that everyone got upset about with that Anne Hathaway witches movie recently, because they felt like they kind of like stole that and made it a witch thing, even though it's just a real thing that people have.
Oh, okay.
And you would think that this kid wouldn't be able to play video games because he doesn't have enough fingers to run the fucking controller. And yet he would kick all of our asses at Halo every single day.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that if he got magic powers and he started to grow fingers because it's what other people have, I don't think that would be how he views himself, right? And so I find the, like, you get magic powers and so it fixes you thing to be weird in general.
That's why I feel like it has to do something where there is like a line. There is a line where it is either affecting your body or not.
Yeah.
Like if it's surface scar tissue as skin, it's ignored. But maybe if it's scar tissue in like that's more internal in your joints, that like make it like stiff or like an old injury on like a tendon or a muscle, like that might get fixed. But if it doesn't like negatively impact you, I feel like why would the Stormlight?
But you wouldn't argue that the slave brand on Kaladin's head is something that he does not view as a negative? Like
it doesn't matter how he views it. It's like I said, it either affects you physically or it doesn't. And so a mark on your skin doesn't really affect your ability to move. And
but then why was it pushing the tattoo ink out?
The tattooing, because a tattoo is a cut. It is a cut that he was getting immediately, right? It's a bunch of little tiny needle cuts.
Okay.
And so the body was basically rejecting it because it was like, this is an immediate injury. Whereas if he had gotten the brands while he had Stormlight in, it also would have rejected them because they were burns at the time.
Yeah, I just don't love the idea that Kaladin, like... my issue with it is that I really don't think that Kaladin could possibly view it as something he deserves, right? Like, it really was something done to him, and he knows that it was something done to him.
Yeah.
And he knows why it was done to him, and it's because of someone else's evil, even though he did the right thing, right?
That's why it can't be his intention.
If it gets to the point of, I don't know that I would like the narrative of, like, I think I deserve it, then I would be like, well, but you know you don't. And, like, your whole thing about seeking vengeance against Amaram in this book was you knowing that you don't deserve it and being, like, righteously vindicated by that. And, like, if it had been one of those things that it had, like, disappeared as Amaram was... as like that information about Amaram was revealed, or if it was somehow like tied to his like guilt and anger about Amaram. But the problem is there's no point past now where that plotline can be solved. So if it's still there post the Amaram reveal moment, Amaram's fall from grace, I don't know where you go with it. Like, what in the future is going to be more meaningful to Kaladin's relationship to the slave brand on his forehead than Amaram being revealed to the public as being the person who did it to him wrongfully?
Because here's the thing. It can't be tied to his sense of, like, self-worth or, like, what he thinks he deserves. Because he literally says in this book that... that his eyes are turning lighter, and he doesn't want the light eyes to have ammunition for their fucking oppression because they don't deserve that. Like, because the dark eyes don't deserve that. And so it would be really weird if that's his train of thinking, which we get, like, internally. This isn't something he says out loud where he might be lying. This is his internal monologue that we're hearing. And so to just kind of chuck that out the window for no reason does not make any sense to me. Kumi, thank you for that super chat. I think Investiture has colors. Red eyes are odium. Yeah, I mean, I think that the red eyes come from the anger spren, and the anger spren are of odium.
Oh, so you're saying that, like, windrunners end up with blue eyes, and so, okay. I understand what the idea there with Kumi's point is, though. Like, windrunners get blue eyes because that's the color of the windrunning faction, but Moash ends up with lighter brown eyes because he's not a radiant, so he's not invested with any light, and so his eyes are just becoming lighter in color, but they're not actually becoming a color like Kaladin's do because he doesn't have the, like,
Aren't his eyes dark blue? Like, there's like a thing, there's a line that's like, it's hard to tell when they're that dark, but like...
I mean, I think all blue eyes are lighter eyes.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Scafandi, thank you for that super chat. Adventure's probably the dirtiest Radiant name.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. At least of the ones that we know for sure.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I think the site brand is something that I actually think it would have been great to have it resolved in this book. I like, because I don't know what you do with it past this point, other than I don't know. I don't know where it's going with it.
The problem is we have not seen any other character who can take in Stormlight that like has any other scars for reference.
Lopen is missing an arm.
Yeah, his arm is gone. I mean, like, surface level scars. So my theory about it being the line, whether or not it affects you or not, like, we have no basis for it because we haven't seen anyone else that has like, oh, I tripped and fell when I was a kid, and then I took in Stormlight for the first time and it disappeared even though it was years later. Like, we have no frame of reference for it. So I genuinely don't know. Yeah.
Let's move on to the beginning of the chapters, which is 76. The Hidden Blade. The Hidden Blade starts with the beginning of us getting pieces of the diagram as the epitaphs, or epigraphs. God damn it, I can never remember. At the beginning of the chapters. They will come. You cannot stop their O's. Look for those who survive when they should not. That pattern will be your clue. They will come.
Yeah. Apparently, Taravangian was too smart for punctuation.
I mean, yeah. I feel like one of the things that I need to add into documents I'm editing when I'm going back over my own writing is I'm like, I didn't write a comma for like 6 pages.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, you just start typing and then you're like just putting ideas down. First drafts are filled with just ideas, and I don't think he's had a smart enough day to edit and have a second draft, right? But sometimes you're just trying to get stuff down on the paper because it looks too blank. And then later on, you go back and you're like, let's make these into sentences. These are just like ideas right now.
Oh, I've never done that.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Taravangian here.
Sure.
I agree with Taravangian on everything. He should rule this shit.
Oh, yeah. No, just kill everybody.
I'm so kidding. It's okay.
Yeah, just murder people.
Kaladin is not able to sleep because he's like, oh my god, Syl is fucking dead. And I don't have superpowers and my body's broken. And this sucks. And so he's like, Lopen, I can't sleep. Will you take me to watch the army leave? I want to say goodbye to my friends.
To my friends.
And Lopen's like, Goncho, why don't you heal up? Use some Stormlight. And he's like, Syl's dead.
I can't.
I don't have my powers anymore.
Do it. Yeah. And he's like, oh, well, like, you should buy her a hat.
Oh, Lopen, never change. Never change.
Truly.
I am so concerned about this man with superpowers.
Yeah.
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 You thought the Wind Spren pulled pranks? Wait until you see what the Lopen can do tying people to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a Windrunner?
Fuck if I know. There's like 5 others that we don't.
I know, but the book keeps being like, Lopen is one of one. I am the Lopen, the only Lopen. I am the Lopenest of the Lopens. And I kind of would love it if for a while Lopen is the only member of one of the other orders.
That would be hilarious.
And everyone else has friends in their order, and it's just the Lopen is like the one.
Yeah.
He can't be Skybreaker. I don't know what he would be. Whatever the opposite of a Skybreaker is, right?
Yeah, I fucking...
Because they all have to have opposites, right? The Windrunner, the opposite of a Windrunner is a Lightweaver.
Is it?
Yeah, because it's like honor and lies. Their Sprens are like moral opposites. And then I think that like the opposite of a Bond Smith would be something.
A breaker of chains, mother of dragons? I don't know.
Honestly, this series needs it.
What do you think Jasna is? We'll get there. You get to think about it. We'll get there. We're currently in chapter 76.
And so Kaladin goes down to the army and he's like, oh my god. And Lopen's like, what? And he's like, this is what I pictured. This is what I came here for. When I was a young lad fighting in Amaram's army back, just doing bullshit on the Shattered Plains, or off the Shattered Plains for no reason, I always pictured that I would bring my soldiers here and we would join well-regimented armies ready for, like, war. And this is always what I wanted. And he finally got it at the worst time. Because he can't go with them.
Yep. He's like, all right, bye, kids. Have fun out there. I'm going to go cry about it. Dalinar is shocked that Sebarial shows up to go.
And Royan. He's shocked at both of them, honestly.
Oh,
Royan and Sebarial are the two big cowards. And he's like, really?
I think Royan was like, oh, I'm a little bit surprised. Oh, my God. Sebarial? Wow, that's Wait, Aladar? Like, the level of surprise just goes up every single time.
Yeah. And Sebarial is talking about how he thinks there's opportunities on the plains. That's bullshit. Sebarial knows what's right.
Yeah, Sebarial gets it. He just doesn't want people to know that he gets it.
And then the greatest surprise of all, Elar.
Is that it?
Aladar.
Yeah, no, that's what
Dyslexia.
I said.
Aladar rides in and he's like, hey, I know that I'm a big fan of good old Toril Sadeas over there.
But he can't tell me what to do anymore. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. Fuck Sadeas.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch. I hope he dies in a hallway unceremoniously at the end of the book. And then that isn't, like, resolved at all. It's just sort of left hanging for no reason.
Thank you for that super chat. Y'all should check out the Radiant quiz after Oathbringer. Oh, that'd be fun.
we've been told not to do it until after Oathbringer. So
we'll do that for, like, our full book recap for Oathbringer, and we'll take the test with you guys. That'd be fun.
It depends on how long it is.
Oh, yeah. If it's, like, 100 questions, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But if it's, like, 10, that's fine.
Dalinar goes over to Aladar. Fucking hell. Aladar.
There we go.
And it's like, yo, what the fuck? What are you doing? And Aladar's really like, I wanna beat the Vengeance Pact, man. It's not even really about much else. I kind of want to be done with this bullshit.
Well, I think it's the Vengeance Pact, and I think that genuinely he's just, like, fucking annoyed that Sadeas feels like he fucking owns him.
That's a good point.
And it's just kind of like, stick it to the man. So he's like, fuck it. I want to be on the right side of history in a way, which I think is valid.
And so Dalinar is like, oh, hey, Kaladin's here. He's talking to Bridge 4. Amaram, I need you to come make up with this motherfucker. It just gotta happen. We gotta
clear the air.
Yeah.
We gotta, we just gotta get this out of the way.
And then he surrounds Amaram by Bridge 4, and then he's like, psych, motherfucker, you're a fucking liar. He's
like, you need to apologize. And Kaladin's like, fuck.
Yeah.
So, and he's like, no, shut up, not you. This motherfucker over here.
And what? Dalinar's plan is so big-brained.
Oh, it's great.
It confused the heck out of me, and I still don't understand it.
I'm pretty sure, like, 70% of it was Navani, but, like, still gonna give Dalinar credit, you know?
Nah, this one was all Dalinar.
I don't know. Navani's got big brain.
So, Dalinar whips out a Shardblade. He, like, waits the 10 heartbeats. It summons right next to the throat of the motherfucker of all motherfuckers. And he's like, I laid this trap where I had my guy walk around basically, like, telling people that crazy shit was going down with the Herald. And
it was Dalinar all along.
So he led you to the Herald so that you would believe that there was a cave that had honor blades in it, so that when you went and got the honor blade, I would catch you in the act of being a fucking liar and a little dirty thief.
Because I asked you about it, and you said, no, that's just a crazy man over there, super duper crazy, don't worry about him.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I was bonded to that sword. Now, the question I have about this, and I have a couple of questions about this, that makes this a little bit hard for me to believe.
Okay.
How did he bond a Shardblade without everybody knowing?
What do you mean how?
Don't you have to carry it around with you for 5 days? And no one noticed that Dalinar just had a Shardblade with him at all times for 5 days?
There was, like, a week where he was, like, sick and no one saw him.
Was there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right? Yeah. No, there was, like, Dalinar's a little under the weather. I'll give his messages.
That works.
Yeah.
But then my second question is,
Yeah, while Cal was in prison. So we didn't get to see much of it because that timing montage was like, Dalinar's sick, Cal's in prison.
Right.
Adolin is also in prison. Like...
So then my second question is, he bonded the Honor Blade, right?
Yeah. I thought it was an honor blade. It is apparently not an honor blade that Talal is carrying around.
I genuinely want Chad to help me with this because I went back and tried to read it and I'm missing something here.
That is the one thing that doesn't make sense to me. I thought that Talal
bonds Talon's blade.
I thought that was an honor blade. But maybe the honor blades are still dead Spren.
No, because the Spren are based their forms on the honor blades.
I thought the honor blades were based on...
No. So the heralds had 10 honor blades. The Spren saw those honor blades, and they went, I want to be that. And then they became that. But the honor blades came first. Right?
Okay.
So if Talon doesn't have an honor blade, why?
Apparently, we don't know yet. Yeah. So I'm assuming, like, that's we'll get there. Because I agree. I was very confused as well.
Yeah, that sequence made it like when Dalinar ends up having a Shardblade later on that is a Spren blade, it made me just kind of be like, what do we do? Like, why is this so needlessly complicated?
Maybe that's why he's crazy.
Who?
Talon Elhokar. Because he's been carrying a non-honor blade and it's been screaming in his head for indiscriminate amount of time.
Maybe. Okay. So then it's just a thing for the future.
I think so.
Okay.
But I agree. I was like, that was an honor blade, right? No? Okay. I guess not.
Sure. Okay. I just was very... The way it was described in Way of Kings made me think that it was a different kind of sword. In the epilogue. And so the fact that it's just a normal Shardblade, although Shardblades can be fucking anything... Can we talk about Shardblades for 1 fucking second? Now that we know that they're dead Spren.
Like the old ones?
There was a question posed to us in Way of Kings where they were like, would you rather have a lightsaber or a Shardblade? And I was like, oh, a lightsaber. Duh. And people were like, you're crazy. Once you know more about Shardblades, you'll want a fucking Shardblade. What the fuck are you guys on? Like, actually, what are you on?
What do you mean?
Shardblades are the souls of dead Tinkerbells or they are your bonded best friend that you are destined to murder. Those are your 2 options. You can either carry around a corpse, or you can have a friend that at some point in the future you are going to kill. Or you could have a lightsaber, which is just a fucking lightsaber. It's a tool that I don't have to worry about the morality of.
What about
Y'all
an
are
honor
crazy.
Blade? What about an honor blade?
I don't want God to come back for his sword someday.
What?
The heralds are going to want their fucking blades back. I want a lightsaber. It's so much less morally complicated than this. I'm carrying around the soul of a person who screams in pain every time I use them.
Sure, but if
that shit's horrifying.
If it's your Spren, then like
I'm gonna be destined to kill my best friend.
You don't have to break
They're
your oaths.
all destined. No. They're all destined to kill their Spren. This is like the thing that is worrying me so much about the series is every Spren is like, you're gonna kill me at some point though.
Well, only because it's what happened before.
Guys, give me a lightsaber. I don't want any questions. I don't need my sword talking back to me.
You don't have the morality question. You just get to use it.
No, I'm so fine with a lightsaber.
All right. That's fair. Judah, thank you for that super chat. We're all confused about the blade. Okay. So
I'm fine being confused as long as I'm confused because...
As long as we didn't miss something. Because I was like, we're just going to look like fucking idiots. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. The description of the blade at the end of Way of Kings is different than the sword he showed up with in this book.
Oh, that's fair. I did not, run the 2 descriptions by each other.
No, missed that. Sorry.
All right.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having, a mandatory best friend. I would pick the Shardblade, as long as it was a Spren.
Maybe. I don't know, though.
You can never leave me.
The idea of Syl being around when I'm having sex is horrifying. Because I know she would,
always there.
No, Syl's... I'm going to be,
Syl's a little creep. She's
just banging it out, and Syl's gonna fly over and poke my butthole mid-thrust.
Oh my God.
You know she would. She'd think it's hilarious.
Those pesky wind Spren.
Yeah.
Sorry, honor Spren.
Yeah, or like you're like having sex with Shalon and like in the middle of it from the bedpost you just hear
God damn it. Oh god. Yeah, that's gonna be that would, you know what? That would be kind of uncomfy. I get that. I get that. Yeah. I mean, look, it's for science. The Spren are just really curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just love the idea of Pattern like on the wall making little noises. Oh no. The funniest part would be Shalon coming, and then you just hear from the wall, "Such delicious lies."
Oh no. Poor Adolin. Adolin's gonna have his work cut out for him.
Adolin's like, "You were faking?" She's like, "No, he's like,
"No, I wasn't."
Pattern fucking told me. Pattern fucking told me you faked your orgasm, Shalon.
It was a different kind of orgasm, obviously. Oh man. That, you know what? That is unfortunate.
Pattern grew 3 sizes that day.
God damn it.
Oh wow, that's so funny. Such delicious lies.
Girl, thank you for that super chat. Summon the Sildo. No.
Oh god.
No.
I mean, it can be any weapon. Kaladin just out there beating up Parshendi with a horse cock, like a bad dragon dildo.
Yeah, not sponsored yet.
Oh my god.
God damn.
That is so funny. Okay, I'm so sorry.
That is incredible.
So, yeah, Amaram gets fucking caught, and Dalinar takes Amaram's cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's no Radiant. I have a question about the timing of this.
Okay.
So, Dalinar... Oh, I guess Dalinar must have put this plan into place after Kaladin went to prison.
Told him. Oh.
Because...
No, because the Talonel showed up way before that. So it was like Kaladin like told him.
Yeah.
And Dalinar was like, "All right, this seems like a thing that I need to know whether or not it's true." And then
can't be then though.
Talonel like shows up and kind of gives him a way to like prove it.
No, because Dalinar, if Dalinar was at all suspicious of Amaram, then people are saying he started investigating after Kaladin told them. There's no way, because then why would he raise Amaram to Radiant if he had a plan to try and catch him?
Well, because...
Why not just wait until this plan was done?
Well, because here's the thing. I think that, like, it kind of solidifies the trust with Amaram, right? Because Dalinar's like, "Amaram, I trust you. I'm going to give you this title, and I need you to investigate this thing for me, right? We're on the same team, right, buddy?"
I understand what you're saying, but it hurts Dalinar's position so much now that he's trying to bring the Radiance back a second time in a week.
Okay, but they actually have magic powers. Like, they can just be like, "Look what I can do."
Yeah, but will people trust that given that he literally raised up Amaram and then had to rip his cape off 3 weeks later?
But here's the thing.
That is a bad political position to be in.
But everybody saw exactly what happened. Dalinar
Only
can be
Bridge
like...
Forded.
Sure, that counts.
They're all dark-eyed. Light-eyed people across the camps are not going to be like, "Well, Dalinar and a bunch of dark-eyed people are saying that this is true, so we all have to believe them." I think that Dalinar did this wrong. He should have done it more publicly in front of people of, and I hate saying this, but he should have done it in front of people of higher station. Because he did it in front of Kaladin's soldiers.
To be fair, they did it in front
else.
of the entire army. There were probably light-eyed officers around. Like, Royan is like 10 feet away with Aladar.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like it's nobody. I just think that, like, this whole spectacle that was created, Dalinar can be like, "Yeah, this was my fucking plan. Don't fuck around with me. Like, you might think you're my friend, but..."
I just don't think there's a lot of sense in raising him up to be the head of the Radiance if you're in the middle of a plan to try and see if he's a murderer. I think that I just think it's bad politics.
I think it's bad politically, but I think that it strengthens his plan to get Amaram to trust him that they're on the same side. And so it just depends on whether or not, like, how you value those two things.
I don't think he needed Amaram to trust him. Amaram was going behind his back already. None of the things that Amaram did in the getting the blade out of the cave involved Amaram trusting Dalinar. It was going behind his back the whole way through.
Yeah, maybe.
So
that's what I mean. It's what you value more in this kind of
I don't know.
In this exchange, right? I think that some people would totally agree that it is not worth it to have to lift him up just to rip him down.
I just think that I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense at all. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense for Dalinar to have already started the plan for the bait and switch until after Kaladin goes to prison. I think that what happens is Dalinar believes Amaram is telling the truth until Kaladin stakes his honor on it on the battlefield. Until I think that Kaladin saying to Elhokar in front of all of the Light Eyes, that man is a fucking liar, is the point where Dalinar goes, I need to go a step further in my investigation.
It can't be though, right? Because Talon now shows up before that, and he has to have taken the blade.
No, he has the blade, but he doesn't start having the rumor mill about what Dalinar said start going around until after Kaladin's in prison.
Wait, what's the rumor mill?
Dalinar has his guy that leads Amaram into the Herald's place.
Yeah.
Go into pubs and like make claims about what the guy said that aren't true, that Dalinar made up.
Oh, I don't
that convince
that.
Amaram. It's the things that that the guy tells Amaram that he said that he never actually said. So
what did he say that he never actually said?
About the treasures in the cave outside of the Shattered Plains. That's not true. That's a thing that Dalinar made up, right?
Yeah. And
so I think that what happened is Kaladin told Dalinar the first time. Mm-hmm. Dalinar investigates, finds the 17 people who claim that they saw it, and goes, Amaram's a good guy. I trust him, known him my whole life. This is closed, Kaladin. Kaladin saves his son, fights on the battlefield of the Colosseum, and then goes, I'm staking my honor on the fact that Amaram is a piece of shit. This is also just after Dalinar has seen Wit go, Amaram's a piece of shit. Okay, my question is then, when does he bond the blade? Because he would have had to do it immediately. No, the blade can just sit there for weeks. They have a room of Shardblades that are unbonded. Okay. Right? Because there are the 2 Shardblades that the king owns that are just unbonded blades. I think he's got a few, actually, that, people can use, but... Okay, no, I think the king has 2 at this point. He gets more when Idlin wins a bunch, but... Oh, I thought he had, kind of almost an arsenal, but yeah. So I think that Dalinar... It has to be that Dalinar has already raised Amaram to Radiant in the period between his first investigation and the Colosseum, where he thinks Amaram is a good guy. Okay. And then it turns out that he's wrong. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that him raising to Radiant is always a bad thing. I'm just saying that it has to be that there was a shift. The moment in the Colosseum causes Dalinar to change his mind about Amaram and take the second investigation up. Because if he was doing the second investigation the whole time, it doesn't make sense to raise Amaram to Radiant. Okay, that's interesting. I get that. But if Kaladin changes Dalinar's view of it by staking his honor in the Colosseum on Amaram as a bad guy, and Dalinar looks at that and goes, I need to give this a second look. I think that makes sense, and I like it. That's what I'm trying to set up. This isn't fully explained in the No, but I hear what you're saying, and I think that makes sense. But that's the sequence of events that I think makes Amaram becoming the head of the Radiant not the dumbest thing Dalinar's ever done. Right, yeah. Right? Yeah. Because at the point where he raises him to Radiant, I think that he genuinely thinks Amaram is a good guy. Yeah. And then Kaladin makes him question again because Kaladin shows that he actually has honor. Yeah. And honestly, I get that. It goes back to the best line in the book, right? Honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do. I think that Dalinar, in that moment, knows Kaladin is talking about Amaram. Oh, yeah, probably. Right? I think that's where he changes Dalinar's mind, because Dalinar hears that and goes, he is still on this Amaram thing. Yeah. He is utterly convinced, so much so that his subtext is Amaram is a bad person. Well, and also, Amaram doesn't help. It doesn't go in to help. And so, those 2 things back to back probably, were enough to cause suspicion. So, I think that's totally fair. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. I think Dalinar seeing Amaram refuse to save his sons, and then Kaladin jumping in is what convinced him to do this ploy. Yeah, I definitely think that helps. I definitely think that's a big part of it. I hear you there. And so Amaram leaves, and Dalinar's like, there's nothing we can do. He has a Shardblade. You can't arrest Shard people. Because they can just break out. You either have to kill them or not. They're and I hate it, but he's not wrong. Yeah. They need a fabrial, manacles that stop you from summoning your Shardblade. Well, they need to be able to make prison cells out of the Shardblade material, like the lock is for the oathgates. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah.
There's probably a prison like somewhere in Urithiru that can hold Shardbearers.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
That's interesting.
Would be my guess.
I mean, God, that'd be so expensive. There are probably some in... I would love it if Amaram gets to Urithiru at the beginning of Oathbringer, and they're like, hey, we found these cells.
That would be
Can't
great.
get out of this, bitch.
Yeah.
And Amaram's just in there swinging a Shardblade at the wall for hours.
Yeah.
As the Spren inside of it screams in pain.
Jesus Christ.
And so Dalinar's like, yeah, I bonded a Shardblade because Zeth might come back and I should have one.
Yeah. Thank God for that.
Good call.
We have a weird moment where Kaladin feels weirdly jealous of Adolin and Shalon, and I don't like it. We're gonna not talk about it because I don't like it. Yeah.
We just need Kaladin to meet any other woman.
Yeah, exactly. He just needs somebody.
Wait, he's going back to his hometown. Maybe that light-eyed girl will be like, you're Light Eyes now. And then Kaladin can be like, no, I'm good.
Honestly, that'd be great. Be like, nah, bitch. Yeah, Sadeas is a little bitchy boy about Aladar not doing what he said, and I don't know. He's just like, everyone's gonna die, so it doesn't matter. And we get to chapter 77.
Dan WIC with the Sea Prism Stone reference. I see you.
Sure.
It's an object in One Piece that makes it so that you can't use your devil fruit powers.
Oh,
so they build it
cool.
In order to hold a devil fruit user, you put them in a
That's fair.
Sea Prism Stone.
Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. Look,
Thrapple.
I'm into that idea. I don't think
not.
Brandon Sanderson would be into that idea.
I'm not into them as a throuple. I don't think that would be a healthy environment for any of them emotionally.
I don't know. I think that Kaladin and Adolin had that kind of like posturing, like
that is exactly the
energy.
thing you do not want in a throuple.
No, but they've like gotten over that. Like they've like overcome that, and now they're like broing out.
They will
and
still
so it's
compete.
Gonna be like full challengers.
Throuples do not work. Yeah, and it will be like challengers, and challengers is a disaster of a relationship. It's a great
that one
movie.
Guy's a dick.
It's great drama. But if the two men in a throuple with a woman are both straight and they're competitive about who is better.
Who says
that poor woman?
Who says Kaladin and Adolin are straight? Who says?
Sure, they're still competitive with another. That's not what you want. That's not what you want in a throuple. It's just not a good, healthy dynamic.
No, competition throuples is never.
They never work, and you see them, and it's like it's exhausting to be out with them.
Yeah.
Right?
It's why like trying to find a like additional guy for a scenario is so annoying because so many guys are so like, I'm the man, and you're like, good lord, dude, just fucking calm down.
Jacob Raymond says she can make an illusion and give them both attention, which is funny because I think Kaladin would notice, but I think she could.
Which one is the real show?
I think she could trick Adolin for a couple hours.
Maybe.
I think Pattern could play.
You can't touch it, but yeah.
Yeah, Kaladin's too smart, but Adolin, he's kind of a himbo, and I think that Pattern could convince him that he's a real Shalon for at least an hour or two.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
As long as they don't touch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, chapter 77. They're marching across.
They do
the plains.
be marching.
Adolin's like, hey, you know, don't get sore, and she's like, what?
Yeah.
Which is nice that she has Stormlight so that she doesn't get sore. Gaz brings a copy of Words of Radiance. Thank goodness.
Oh, this is such a sweet moment.
I know.
Where he's like, I found one.
Proud. Like he's
a little beat
so
up, but
happy.
I found one.
I know. I love it. So you know, Shalon finally gets a chance to read that book. Thank goodness.
I'm gonna be real honest. I'm really glad that Gaz is alive.
Yeah.
I think that this redemption of this man has been done really well.
I will agree with that. Absolutely.
It's a relationship between characters that, you know, I think that Bridge 4 has like harassed him a little bit, but not too much. I think that he's gotten kind of the like. I think he's gotten what he deserves a little bit.
Yeah, he was a piece of shit, but he was also a product of the like structure around him, and like you know, I hated him so much in book 1. So I think that it is a real testament to the writing that I actually feel feel more than negative emotions towards him.
Yeah, and I just think that it's I think there's something about the way in which his redemption is coming through consistent acts as opposed to it being one like big sacrificial moment, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that, you know, Western media loves the redeemed through the big death act.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
And this quiet story taking place in the background of Gaz's redemption being a process of him over the course of the series of these 2 books, I think has been done really well.
Yeah.
And you know, he's not a completely different person. He's not really a better person in some ways, right? He's just in a position where he's not forced into as many difficult decisions as he once was.
Yeah.
And he is making slightly better decisions, and over time those slightly better decisions
will lead to better decisions.
Yeah.
Ideally, yeah.
And I'm digging it. I think Brandon Sanderson's doing something really interesting with him that I did not expect reading Wave Kings.
Well, and there's this there's a few characters now who have like either like gambling debts or some kind of debts that just are so like harrowing. They're such a negative impact on their lives. And when you remove those from people, like you can choose to either make the most of it, right, and be better, or like unfortunately with Jushu, like he like regressed after so long of like his debts being cleared. He did end up regressing, which was tragic. But Gaz is like actively choosing to not put himself in that position again. Yeah. And I love to see that take on this kind of like what it would mean for your average person to kind of be absolved of their debts, right?
Well, and I think that the Jushu thing is so interesting, right? Because it sets up that Shalon is predisposed to being sympathetic to gambling debts, right? Like I am willing to bet she sees a lot of her brother in Gaz.
I mean, she doesn't know what kind of debts that he has, but if it was me, that's kind of where my mind would go to.
Oh, but I in a weird way, I think she also sees a lot of Vatha, or a lot of Balat in Vatha, right? I think that the soldiers, the ones that we know of her soldiers, the ones who have been named and given like real characters, all have a similarity with one of her brothers. And I think that it's really interesting that she has found these men that she is saving on the Shattered Plains because she couldn't save her brothers from similar personality issues that led to the difficulties in their lives, right? Vatha is aggressive and a little bit more violent, like Balad is. Gaz has these gambling debts like Jushu. And so she has sort of found a way to almost create the redemption that she was attempting to create for her brothers with these men that she found on the Shattered Plains.
And it's one of the reasons Shalon is one of my favorite characters, right?
Even after book 2, for sure.
Even as fucked up and broken as she is, she still inspires the people around her to try and be better. Yeah. And I think that is like the best thing as a human being that you can strive to do, right? Yeah. Is to just make the world a little bit better of a place for the people around you. Sometimes you can't make a big impact, right? Sometimes you don't have the capacity or the reach or the resources to do something like that. But if you can just make the people around you, if you can make their lives like 5% easier, that is an incredibly wonderful, beautiful thing. And I think that if more people strove to do that, the world would be so much better of a place.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I think that that's such a huge theme in these books.
Shalon, I can fix them, Devar. Yeah, like kind of, but not in a like toxic relationship way.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Someone asked, could Moash be similarly redeemed?
We actually talked about this in the reaction, and I think that because Moash didn't actually end up killing anybody, that I think that he has the capacity for redemption.
Oh, I think even if he killed somebody, there's the capacity, right? Like, I don't think that... But that's my take on this world. If you kill someone in this world, I don't think that is the end of your... I think that there's a difference between Moash killing the king, right? Who is this person so high above him who has caused him so much pain and grief, and Amaram killing the Dark Eyes, these people under him who he has direct control over and who have done nothing to him but save his life. Like, there's a huge disparity between those two acts, even though they are both murder.
Sure, yeah, but I still think that, like, Moash, like, premeditated murder of a person who he thinks might be responsible for the deaths of his family. Well, no, Kaladin
even Dalinar acknowledges that Elhokar fucked up. You can't hand wave away the fact that Dalinar is like, oh yeah,
but intention matters, okay? And the intention to kill somebody versus to not is a huge chasm.
Sure, but I think that the thing about Moash is that in his eyes, he is doing it to save other dark-eyed people from the casual way in which Elhokar can kill them.
Sure, and Amaram murdered a bunch of people because he believed he was making the world a better place too. And that is the reason that Kaladin changes.
That is an insane thing to try and qualify those two things together.
But that's what Kaladin does. Kaladin's like, oh, these are the words that fucking officer said to me on the plains. These are the words that Amaram said. Mm-hmm. Like, Kaladin is the one who makes those connections.
The morality of those acts are very different, though. Like, they're very different.
I'm still in agreement with, like, Moash can be redeemed, but I think that premeditated murder is a hard line with is a hard line. Like, I think that's.
Oh, I disagree. I think that there is a point where tyrants have to be taken down.
But Elhokar's not a tyrant. He's just kind of a little useless.
At the point where you're so useless that you kill people for your friend's financial benefit, you're not useless anymore. But
But it was a mistake. And it was a terrible, fucking horrendous mistake. But Elhokar literally feels guilt about it. He goes to Kaladin and is like, I choose the wrong people to listen to. Why can't I just be a good person that people like, that people look up to? Why am I so terrible at this?
Okay, but feeling guilty is a privileged person's position. Doing something about your guilt is an actual position that real people take.
Okay.
Real.
Here's the thing.
And Elhokar has never made it right by the people who were harmed. He's never made it right by their descendants. He's never made it right by the people who were actually harmed by his accident.
Dalinar went and covered shit up.
Sure, Elhokar is the king. If he's gonna be the king, do right by people. But he's never... Look Elhokar can drunkenly be sad all he wants. That doesn't change the fact that he got people killed. And he's never done anything for anybody since to try and change that.
I just think that there is a huge difference of deliberately running somebody over with your car and accidentally hitting them.
Oh, I'm not saying that guilt is a privilege. I'm saying... Sorry. I want to be clear about what I was saying there. Being able to be the king and be like, I'm really sad about the fact that happened. I'm going to drink in my tower and not interact with the people that I hurt is a privilege that not everybody has. The majority of people, when they hurt somebody, have to face them. But Elhokar doesn't have to do that. Elhokar has the privilege of guards and people around him that insulate him from ever having to interact with the people he harms. I don't have that, right?
might not know that those actions had consequences that they did. Because all we know is Dalinar, covered shit up and sent this guy away. We don't actually know that Elhokar knows they're dead. No, that is not what happened. Dalinar wanted to kill him. Kill who?
Rashon. And Elhokar advocated for him to be sent away and exiled.
No, Gavilar did.
Sure. Sorry, not Elhokar. Gavilar did that.
Yeah.
Dalinar did not send him away and cover it up. Dalinar wanted to chop the man's head off.
Okay, and Gavilar sent him away, but that still leaves Elhokar maybe doesn't know what happened.
But Elhokar had to know what happened. There's no way his best friend Rashon just fucking disappeared one day.
Maybe.
And Elhokar feels all this guilt about it but doesn't know why?
I just don't think that, conspiring a premeditated murder to kill somebody who is guilty of maybe not being the best person and maybe being neglectful is a fucking horrible thing. And Kaladin himself says it. If we only protect people that we like, then none of it fucking matters. Then it's just selfish.
And that mindset has a limit. That mindset runs into the problem of the French Revolution, right? There was a point where we dragged people into the streets and cut their heads off, right? There is a point.
Are people starving? I'm not sure what the comparison is.
The capital is rioting over how ineffectually it's been led.
That's fair.
I don't know what's happening. The queen is about to have her fucking head cut off.
Sure, I don't know what's happening
because they're keeping food in a field behind the castle.
I just don't know what that has to do with Elhokar.
No, I am saying that there is a point where the citizenry have to rise up because tyrants have to be toppled in order for them to live. There is a point where it becomes too much and you can't fucking protect everybody because the people with the power aren't doing their job. There is just a point. The oath of I will protect even the people I hate has a limit because there is a point where protecting the people in power who are killing people by starving them to death by protecting them, you are killing way more people. There's just
But
there is a
murdering-
limit on the oath.
But
is all
murdering
I'm saying.
Elhokar for revenge does not help anybody.
We don't know that. It would create change. And you don't know if what comes after would be better or not.
Exactly.
You just don't.
Exactly. So don't do it. That's what I'm saying. If Moash had gone ahead and Elhokar had died, I think that he is past redemption in my eyes.
I just don't. I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can claim that there is one right way forward in this.
Yeah. So long as it is right. And unfortunately, it does get a little gray as to.
But who decides what's right?
Who says it's right and what that line is. But I do think that line existing is very important. And for me, personally, if Moash had actually killed the king, I think that he is irredeemable.
I think that it's so complicated that I just don't think that you can say... Pinky Armando says, yeah, I think there's an aspect to his YouTube persona or Nerdy himself that really likes to be black and white about some things. I am arguing that this is not black and white. I don't know how you can listen to what I'm saying right now and say I'm the one who's saying it's black and white in this situation. When I'm the one saying it's very complicated and it's layered and sometimes murder's okay.
He's the one saying that Moash can be redeemed.
How much more gray do you want than me saying sometimes murder's okay? That is a very not black and white position.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's okay to kill people is a real complicated position to have.
I'm the one taking the hard lines here. So I'm not, I don't really understand that comment.
Nerdy's really black and white about this situation where he's advocating that sometimes you kill people because... Like, what?
No, I'm not really sure.
No, my point is that, yes, killing Elhokar in this is about revenge, and I understand that. And that's not great. But... Kaladin's position of I'm going to protect him because it's what is because I can only kill people when it is right is really complicated. It is not as simple as saying that like, well, Isodan hasn't done anything wrong. And it's like, well, how many children starved to death in Alethkar, right?
Well, I don't know. We don't know her. We don't know what the situation over there. So
enough for
the
city to be in revolt because the food is wasting on the pavement. Like, they are literally keeping piles of food on the pavement behind the castle.
Okay, every restaurant does that. They toss out tons of shit.
Yeah, and guess what? People are furious about it. People protest about it in the streets of New York weekly. They're like...
Not here.
The wider sentiment of humanity is bubbling over on the fact that we waste so much food, right? The world we live in right now is on the brink of protest constantly. We will march in the streets about fucking anything because people are upset. People are mad.
Sure, and that is fair. I'm just saying, like, I don't know enough about Isodan because all we got was, like, half a chapter where somebody wrote down her supposed sins on the floor and we didn't even get to know what those sins were. And so I'm kind of I don't fucking know.
All of the 10 fools. So
and apparently, and maybe she is. I genuinely, I can't give an opinion on what the fuck is going on in fucking the capital because I just do not have enough information on it.
Yeah. No, I think it's complicated because I think that Syl is too simple. And I think that the world Brandon Sanderson has created is far too complicated for Syl's worldview. And I think that it's going to cause a lot of problems for Kaladin because Syl's view of the world is really...
Maybe that's why they always die. Because there's always, inevitably in their entire lifespan, there comes a situation that is just too complicated. And it goes into
That's real. That's really real.
And it goes into the question of something like The Good Place. Yeah. Which, like, I'm not going to spoil it if you haven't seen it. But, like, very much that, like, how can you live a perfect life? Like, you can't, like, like, there's always going to be some shit that we're all guilty of. Unfortunately. Humans are complicated. And, yeah, maybe that's why the Spren always die. Is because... Yeah, because it's just too complicated.
Once you get... past a certain point, it can't be that simple, right? It can't be as simple as right and wrong, and right and wrong don't really exist, right? And so it's an idea that we strive towards, but not something that is. It is the problem with trying to make right and wrong a fundamental truth, right? In that there aren't right and wrong people. There's not good and bad people in real life, right? Even in like the Lord of the Rings, the bad guy isn't a person. right?
Sure.
Sauron is not a mortal human being. Sauron is an ancient evil from when the harmonics of the universe created the first gods, right?
He's not that old, but yeah.
There are people who do bad things, and they're like, but the actual like evil people in the Lord of the Rings none of them are mortals. And I think that Tolkien did that on purpose.
They're like a personification of what evil is or can be.
Because evil true evil cannot be a person. Because people are so complicated, right? And I think that your point about Syl eventually dying because the situation is just too complicated for it being as simple as right and wrong is such an interesting idea.
They said, there are so many dead Spren.
Yeah.
There are so many blades, okay? And not saying that they're all honor blades.
I love that. I love that thought.
But, all we know is that at one point, fucking most of the Spren all just fucking died.
Yeah.
Sigzil,
Sigzil, welcome to the Nerds Radiant. Thank you so much.
Fucking go.
That's so fascinating. I almost hope the book explores that because it's such a wild idea. Because what happened in Dalinar's vision, where he was where all the Radiants walked towards the palace and dropped their swords in the ground and just walked away.
Yeah.
What if it is the situation got so complicated that they could no longer keep their oaths? What was that situation that made hundreds of them walk away from their oaths?
So I wonder if it is linked to the prologue where all of the heralds walked away, where they said we can't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We live in pain. We are broken people that are fighting the same fight over and fucking over again. And I wonder if it was similarly with the Radiance, where they were just being used as human shields in a way, like the Bridgemen, in a way. Yeah. Run towards the danger and die, and that is your job. And so I don't know. I think that this book sets up a lot of potential
really
for the complexities of what it means to be human and try and do the right thing.
I love that. We need to move on. We have so many chapters covered.
Sure. Yeah.
Chapter 77.
Stop distracting us.
We're already in this, right? We said that she was gonna get sore from horse riding, and then we moved on to the craziest, wildest tangents. Just so you guys know, horse riding will make you sore. It will fuck up your legs.
Yeah, you're not like Shalon.
If they offer you chaps, take the chaps. It is worth it. Scuff Andy, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Even Sadeas loved his wife. Yeah, he did. Right?
Sure.
I don't think Sadeas was evil. I really don't. I don't think he was a good person. Right? But
I don't know. I think he was pretty evil.
No, I think that he did. I think that he had. I don't think he was evil.
He just wanted power
to his core, right?
I don't know. He just wanted power, and I think that is the root of evil.
Yeah, maybe.
I would call Sadeas evil personally, but again, we don't have all the information about his character. Only would have got. Anyways, Navani shows up in Shalon's carriage and is seems like you're doing some important stuff. Hey, sorry that, I was a little sad about my daughter dying. Obviously, that makes sense. And she's like, it's fine. We're only human. And Navani's like, don't worry. I'm not going to take your project from you, but this seems really important. Whatever you need, we'll make it happen.
I think Navani's also smart enough in this moment to go, I don't get all of this.
I'm the producer. I'm not the writer. So I'm going to produce the shit out of this. Yeah. Shalon, what do you need? And Shalon is like, oh, by the way, Jasna was a Radiant.
Yeah.
Navani's like, huh. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that, but I trust my daughter even in death. So
and I think
we're going to fucking run with it.
Interesting that the first Radiant reveal, other than Kaladin to Bridge 4, which was accidental, but the first intentional Radiant reveal in the series was not Shalon about herself, but Shalon about Jasna to Navani. I think that's really beautiful.
Right.
That it was about this mother... that the first time we see someone intentionally reveal that someone is a Radiant to one of our main characters was... this balm that Shalon is trying to put over the wounds of Jasna's grief.
Yeah.
Of Navani's grief.
Navani, yeah,
about Jasna.
For sure. Guillermo, thank you for that super chat. Nerdy calling the baddest slave owner not evil was unexpected.
Oh, no, I think his actions are evil, right? I just don't think that, I don't think that any human being can be evil all the way through. I don't buy that. I don't think that there is an inherentness to evil. I think that you can do evil, and I think that you should face consequences for that. But I don't think that anyone is born evil, right? I don't think that it's a mandate. I think that there is evil that is done in the world by broken people, for sure. And I think that those people deserve the consequences of their actions. I just don't think that his soul was evil in the womb. You know what I mean? I don't buy that. I don't think that that exists. That's why I'm saying, like, Sauron was capital E evil. Morgoth was capital E evil in the Tolkien books because they exist as evil personified, whereas Sadeas was a man who became his actions and became evil in that, but it's not inherent to him. I don't think you are born on one side of a ledger. I think that what you do with your life decides where you end your life. And I think that he ended his life evil, right? I think that he got there. I'm just saying that I don't think there's an inherentness to evil in any single person.
No, yeah, I don't think people are born evil, but I think that doing evil enough makes you an evil person.
I think that we all have the option to start being a better person every single day than we've been in the past. I have not been a good person at points in my life. I've struggled. And a lot of that came from like the struggle against poverty and trying to make my rent and just trying to survive, right?
Yeah.
And it made me a more selfish. I am a less selfish person now, and part of that is I live in more comfort, right? It is easier for me to be a better person because I have more, and it makes me more disappointed in rich people who aren't doing more because I'm like, you have everything. Why aren't you doing good things all the time? But like Sadeas, I'm not saying that where Sadeas got to post Gavilar's death was not evil. It was.
Yeah.
But do I think that makes him an inherently evil? No, I don't. I think that at any point he could have started listening to Dalinar and become a heroic character in this and undid some of his wrongs. Not all of them. There's no true redemption, right? But some redemption could have been found for Sadeas had he started to make different decisions, and he never did. And that's unfortunate.
No, I'm sorry. Sadeas is beyond redemption for me personally.
Sure. And I hear what you're saying in that. But I think that the option for him to start being a better person was always available to him, and he chose not to.
Oh, yeah. He totally, at any point, could have tried to be a better human being and did not.
But I'm just arguing about
evil to me.
Evil as this like idea of inherentness, which I just don't believe in anything.
Yeah.
I don't think the orcs are inherently evil. I don't think anything is inherently evil except for forces. I think a force can be evil, like odium, or because they don't have perspective of mortality.
Yeah.
Judah.
Judah, thank you for that super chat. You could say Sadeas' vision was a bit one-eyed.
That's funny because he got stabbed in the eye. No.
Then
him. He got stabbed in the eye, and then Aelin dug that shit around, and he made soup.
Was pissed.
Could have taken that skull and slurped out the gray matter.
Anyways.
Try the gray stuff. It's delicious. Aelin was making gray stuff for us. What a kind man.
Gross. Anyways, Kaladin is sad.
Yeah.
New chapter. No, yeah, Moash is like, hey, plan's going good.
Yeah.
And Cal tells Moash that he thinks Syl left him because of this whole assassination plot.
Yeah.
And Moash is like, oh, the king wants to visit you, but I'm going to tell him that you can't. And he's like, all right, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Chapter 78, Contradictions. What happens?
Shalon draws Jasna based on a memory. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, Shalon, they're still riding on the Shattered Plains.
Oh, also, I love this. She draws that picture, and then Pattern is like, "Fuck those creations, Spren, useless little bitches." And I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, they don't do anything useful.
I love this.
Waste of space.
Pattern being like, "God, creation Spren are stupid." What is the order of the creation Spren?
Order?
Yeah, because I feel like it's got to have Shalon's Lightweaver, the like. It's
just theater kids. The theater kids Radiant.
Well, I think it's got to be the creation Spren have got to bond with whoever has the Lightweaver's drawing or like light weaving ability, but not the soul casting ability. So what is their other lashing that they have that isn't soul casting? But that's got to be who creation Spren bond, right?
I guess, yeah.
Can you lash a better singing voice?
Can you lash perfect pitch, Spren?
Lash yourself up to like a high B.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine watching like Ben Platt singing fucking Waving Through a Window, and every time he has to hit the waving, he just has to like lash himself up to the note? He's just glowing with stormlight.
It's like
waving!
No, it's like, I could do this all day.
That's why stage lights are so bright. It's to hide the fact that we're puffing out stormlight.
Anyways, Dalinar and Shalon chilling, and Shalon takes a memory. She's like, shit, I haven't drawn Dalinar yet. That's stupid. Dalinar is asking Shalon about the secrets of the Radiance and all this stuff. She, like, tells him information that he definitely needs to know. And then she's like, by the way, I am a Radiant. And Dalinar's like, wow, I have to tell my wife. And Shalon is like, no. I say, no, you can't do that. Because that's what Jasna would do. What would Jasna do? We need it as a fucking shirt immediately. I'm going to make it. Guys, I'm going to fucking make it. I'm just going to say Jasna really, really tiny because it's so good. Every time Shalon is like, but is that how Jasna would deal with the situation? No, it's fucking not. So she's like, you can't tell anyone unless I give you permission. And Dalinar's like, okay, fine.
Yes.
If you say so.
I thought this was gonna come back in some way. It doesn't.
Shit happened too fast.
That
ball was already rolling down the fucking cliff.
There's a number of things in this book that I thought were gonna be relevant at the end of it that aren't.
The horse riding?
Yeah. I did. I thought at some point the dark-eyed
boys were going to ride some horses.
They were going to ride horses at any... They never ride horses in this book.
Well, no, they do ride horses once when Shalon takes Cal's boots. And
yeah.
That's kind of it.
Yeah. They made such a big deal out of the horseback riding.
I think it was an excuse for Kaladin and Adolin to flirt.
Yeah, and I ultimately, like, looking back on it, but I kept waiting for Kaladin to ride a horse at some point into battle.
Yeah.
I just expected it, and it never happens.
He fucking hates horses.
I also, and I'm sure things will be relevant in later books, I really thought Adolin winning the shards was going to be more relevant in this book than it ended up being. Like, it was just one of those things where it felt like this cool idea where they were going to, like, change the camp's minds by having all the shards. And it just doesn't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. It does in that, like, the battle leads to Cal going to prison and Amaram being revealed and all of that stuff happens because of it. But, like, them specifically having a bunch of shards doesn't feel like it sways elements of the book in any way, really.
Yeah.
And I kept waiting for it to be this, like, reveal that it was important.
Yeah.
And it just kind of wasn't. And I was like, all right. Yeah. It seemed really important in the middle of the book, and then it just wasn't at the end.
Maybe we'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, they find
an Oathbringer, though, who has Shardblades is going to matter a lot.
Yes.
Because I think that Sadeas' death is going to lead to war.
Yeah, it's going to be bad. Anyways, they find a Parshendi corpse, and they're like, but this Parshendi corpse is different than the previous Parshendi corpses. All right? Eyes, red. Not good.
Yeah.
Probably a bad sign. If I saw red eyes on anything, I'd fucking run away. They find Relaine. Relaine is like, hey guys,
he's just sitting on a rock.
All my people are dead. Just so you know, all dead. I was a spy.
That one's on me.
That was on me. All my people
sorry.
are dead. So can I be Bridge 4, please? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Poor Relaine. I do feel very bad.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no, this is really bad.
Yeah.
This, not good. Very bad, no good. Chapter 79. Basically they're interrogating Relaine. He tells him what he knows. Yeah, as far as we know.
It's a lot of information we already know.
Yeah.
So it's, it was interesting for, like, Dalinar and Navani to finally know this, because I was like, thank God they at least know some of what we know.
Yes, but Relaine also is like, I don't really know what this is. Eshonai is different. The last time you spoke to her, like, this is, like, really bad.
Well, this is the first time where they find out that the form shifting happens in the storm.
Yes.
Like, this
and
is
that they
that's
can
important.
Shift forms. Yeah. Right? Because they're like, well, maybe this is a version of, like, their light eyes. Yeah. Relaine's like, actually, we can, like, change bodies, forms, whatever you want to call it.
My favorite part of this chapter, though, is when Relaine's like, I have nothing anymore. And Scar... and Rock are like, fuck that, you're Bridge 4.
Bridge 4! Bridge 4!
You were a spy? Nah, you're Bridge 4. You ate my stew, brother.
Yeah.
You're one
you
of
drank
us.
the fucking
One
Kool-Aid,
of us.
okay?
One of us.
Yeah.
One of us. And Dalinar's like, okay, calm down.
All right, chill. Chill the fuck out. We're about to go to war, please.
And then R'lain is released into the custody of Bridge 4. So he's basically a soldier again, because what are they going to do? Not work with him?
Yeah, chapter 80.
Oh, I the other thing I wanted to say about that chapter.
Yeah.
I like that Dalinar, who has previously been a little bit of a dullard when it comes to noticing things about the Parshendi, is shown to be a little bit more observant now in this book. Mm-hmm. I don't think that Book 1 Dalinar would have picked up on the rhythms meaning different things.
Oh, interesting.
I think one of the ways we've seen Dalinar grow in the way that he's viewing the world is in this chapter. It's very subtle, but I really don't think Book 1 Dalinar would have picked up on the R'lain sounds, the rhythm sounds sad, or the rhythm sounds guilty, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that is a product of Dalinar's growth, because I really don't think Book 1 Dalinar would have done it. But now here, like, I feel like we've seen so much growth in Dalinar. I think the plan against Amaram is evidence of that. I think there's, like, he's a little bit more attentive now.
Yeah.
And I think that it's been nice to watch him grow. It's nice to watch older characters grow. I feel like sometimes in fantasy, young characters get to have the coming of age.
And the old characters just know all the info.
Stagnant.
Yeah.
And I really feel like Dalinar, this book in particular, I think, has, without punching us over the head with it, has shown that Dalinar has changed in a lot of ways because of these books. And I think that his character arc might be the most interesting to me because of where it started. It's not the biggest change, but I think it's the most interesting because of how subtle it's been handled by Brandon. I think I think he writes Dalinar very, very well.
Well, and here's the thing: if you count pre-Gavilar's death as part of his growth, that's an arc.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But I like these subtle ways in showing that Dalinar is becoming more attentive and a little bit more almost intuitive as a person, whereas he was such a blunt object at the beginning.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Had no tact at all.
Yeah.
Anyways, chapter 80, there's a bunch of Parshendi that are gathering. It's pretty bad, so they're going to get ready and wait for them to attack because they have the better position.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shalon is like, by the way, the oathgate is real. I think we might need that by the end of this book. To escape something. This isn't really a complaint about the book. Uh-huh.
It might sound a little bit negative, but can we just talk for 1 second about how bad Dalinar's plan was? Like, Dalinar truly had a concept of a plan in this, raid that gets saved by Shalon so hard.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was we're gonna go and end the fucking Vengeance Pact.
We don't know where the Parshendi are. We don't know how long it's going to take to get there. We're just going to ride out onto the Shattered Plains, and we're going to hope for the best. And then Shalon literally comes up out of a cavern one day and is like, hey guys, I have the solutions to all of your problems. And Dalinar's like, that's great, because my plan was literally to walk into the desert and hope for the best.
To be fair, there are problems that they don't know exist yet.
Not knowing how far it is and where is a legitimate problem.
They know roughly where the Parshendi are. That's why they're marching towards them.
They think they do.
Yeah.
But they don't know.
Yeah.
Saying, we're pretty sure they're in that direction, and we know... Because one of the things that gets brought up, and it's a really interesting thought between Royan and Dalinar, I think, is that... Or Royan and Sabarial, is there's a point where Royan's like, if we don't find them soon, we have to turn around.
Yeah, that's always the plan.
How many days it's going to be?
Yeah.
Right, but when they left, they had no idea if they would be able to get there in time.
No, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Dalinar does not know where the Parshendi are.
No, but
that is a real thing.
They know approximately where they are. Now, if they had been completely wrong, yes, they would have had to turn back around.
They are 100% guessing that they know where the Parshendi had come from. There's no evidence to support the fact that they know how far into the Shattered Plains they are.
6 years of evidence that they were working on.
But they don't. But they are not sure how far they're going to have to go. They don't know how far into the Shattered Plains it is.
And so they're like, okay, if we run out of time, then we turn back. That's not a
100%.
terrible plan.
It's not great. Shalon saves the day, but it's not a good plan.
Yeah, but Shalon saves the day from something that nobody could have fucking predicted.
No, I'm saying that Shalon saves the day in terms... No, not the Oathgate part. The Oathgate part is... saving the day from the Everstorm, they could have never predicted that, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm saying from the if they got to the point where they got far enough in where they had to turn around in order to get back before the weeping ended and the high storm started, all the Parshendi had to do is harry them as they're turning around and going back. The Parshendi chasing them from behind would destroy them. It would be almost impossible because they would have to push every day to retreat. Meanwhile, the Parshendi are hitting them from behind, but they can't turn around and attack the Parshendi because they can't turn the bridges around fast enough. So they would end up in a position where they're constantly just taking it in back while they're trying to make it back before the high storm hits.
Well, but the thing is, the Parshendi have to get back before the high storm starts.
But the Parshendi can just go. The Parshendi,
what do you mean just go?
The Parshendi do not, because the Parshendi don't have to move people across bridges, the process of getting the Parshendi back to their camp is significantly shorter than the process of moving the...
They can jump some chasms.
Well, they never bring bridges with them, so they can clearly get all the way to the...
So, okay, for example, if this is the plains, right, and this is the center, the Parshendi home is, like, here, like, they wouldn't be able to chase them that far because they would still have to get back to their safety.
I know, a fighting... like, there are people that agree with me. A fighting retreat would have been a goddamn nightmare.
Oh, it definitely would have been bad. But I don't think that, like... I don't think Dalinar's plan was amazingly fleshed out, but I also don't think he has a bad plan based on the information that he has, right? He's like, okay, we're pretty sure we know where the Parshendi are. We are pretty sure that we can make it there and back in time based on when the next high storm is, because this weeping doesn't have one in the middle, right? And so we're gonna try and end this fucking war based on this information, because if we don't do it now during the weeping, we won't have this chance for a whole other year. And then 2 years. Because every other weeping, there's a high storm in the middle of it.
I'm not saying there was like a better plan that would have saved this. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that, like, until Shalon comes out of the chasm, it's a rough sketch of a plan. It is...
Oh, like with the map.
Yeah, I'm saying that their plan is, let's hope this works. Mm-hmm. That's what their plan is. And it's fine. I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying that, like, when
it's a mediocre
when
plan.
Royan and Samariel show up and they're like, fingers crossed, here we go. Yeah. You're like, it really is it is a concept of a plan, and it doesn't even end up working. Dalinar's plan really fails. Shalon's plan succeeds.
Well, only because they show up and the Parshendi have literally transformed because of God. And two high storms show up. Like, you know, I don't blame Dalinar for not being able to predict that, but yeah, it's not the best plan.
Pinky Armado says he had a literal countdown. Here's the thing about the countdown that I think we are not taking into account.
Okay.
The countdown isn't right? Like, the countdown is wrong.
What?
The countdown comes from the Almighty, who is dead, and has sent the countdown from before its death to the present. So, much like the visions that...
No, the countdown is from Renarin.
Right, but it has to come from the Almighty.
No, he can see the future without the Almighty. Renarin can, I think, right? I thought the countdown was Renarin being able to see the future.
Right.
It's not actually from... We thought it was from the Almighty.
Right, no, you're right.
Which is fair, but it's actually... it's actually not true.
Okay, but here's the problem with Renarin's vision. It only happens because they go.
No, they were going to summon the Everstorm anyways.
Sure, but the Everstorm wouldn't have done as much.
It's going to hit them from behind! It's literally gonna fucking destroy every city because it hits them from the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah, that is a problem.
That is a problem!
So I guess... Yeah, but then now we're getting back into prophecy shit, and I don't love it. Now we're getting back into premeditated storytelling, and it just that's where I don't want it to be that Renarin can perfectly predict the future, because then it's like, well, then what?
Well, he didn't know what would happen.
I want it to be flawed in some way, and I don't love it if Renarin. No, he's absolutely right. Everything he wrote was true, right? Nations will shake it. Like all of this.
Renarin's ability, don't get it yet. Need more information.
I don't love when one character can just write on the walls what's going to happen. And so I want it to be flawed in some way, and I guess it's not, and that just is like...
We don't know yet. There was one thing, and it was the Everstorm.
But, like, okay, if there's an entire order of people who can just accurately predict the future...
They're basically Storm Wardens.
Well, kind of, yeah.
Yeah. It's seeing the future, which is of Odium.
I don't know.
Does that mean Renarin is of Odium?
No, there's no way. There's no way, because he would have to have an odium spren, which would be like red and... Also, I love that
we don't know what his spren looks like. We haven't seen it yet.
That's true.
It could be a little red lightning spren. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. We don't know.
Bridgeforce says, was Atium prophecy? I mean, in a way, but Atium's like 6 seconds into the future. To predict 6 seconds into the future for 3 minutes during a fight is not the whole story being based on what some kid wrote on the wall because God infused it into him.
I don't know. It was like generic enough that that's why I'm like, need more information on Renarin stuff.
I hope that Renarin is regularly wrong.
Or at least it misinterprets.
Because one of the things I love about the prophecies from the Almighty is that they are the Almighty guessing at the future and doing his best to send that to Dalinar. And I think that's really interesting. It changes that away from it being just God telling you what to do to God doing his best to save people he's not around to save, right? I will defend that. I think it's really cool. And I think it's such an interesting idea. It's more interesting than this character just knows when bad stuff's gonna happen.
Well, him being right once, like I said, need more information before I can have an opinion.
100% fair.
Yeah, because who knows? Who knows? Renarin might be fucked.
I hope Renarin doesn't just become a plot device.
No, I think that would be a little bit disappointing, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Especially because he has a spren. Like, I'm so curious about how this prediction thing and the spren, like, what the bounce off one another is going to be. Or maybe he doesn't have a spren. Maybe this kind of Radiant doesn't have a spren because he has his own blade. I don't know.
I'm going to start banning people who say, let Brandon cook. I'm just going to start banning people who are like, but in book 4, I don't fucking care. We're talking about book 2. If you want to talk about book 4, come back in 6 months. I genuinely don't give a shit about book 4. We're not talking about it. I haven't read it. I'm glad that you have. Congratulations. You're ahead of me. We're not talking about it. I haven't read it. I don't know what you know. And so I'm not going to fucking talk about stuff I don't know. And so if you want Brandon to cook, come back. We'll get to it. I promise you we're not going to stop. I like the books. We're not ending here. But being like, let Brandon cook. Why aren't you letting Brandon cook? Because we're not fucking there yet, brother. I don't know. I can only comment on what I've fucking read. Jesus Christ, there's so many people who are like, let Brandon cook. I will talk about it when I get there.
They're just hungry, okay?
I thought Shalon was like my least favorite Brandon Sanderson character at the end of book 1, and now I like her. Guess what? I'll have a different opinion when we fucking get there. I will. But being like, you need to, read and find out. Do you want us to just not do the book club? I can go read the books on my own time.
Chat's trying to participate, okay? The read and find out in the popcorn is like totally valid and fun because it's like, chat's like, we're here. Like, they just want to be part of book club, okay?
Sure, but being upset that I don't... But, like, the comments that are, like, upset with me for not knowing things that I don't know...
For sure.
...are just... I don't get the point of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, why are you here? Why are you watching a book club about book 2 if you're like, well, in book 4... Like, I don't...
Yeah. No, look,
we're gonna get to it. We will. In my opinion,
right.
I think Shalon might be the best character in this series now. Right? That's tough. She's
tough.
Really close.
And
I thought she was a waste of time in the first book. Clearly, my opinion will change as the series goes on.
And it's more fun when you change your opinion. That's what's fun, is that we will say shit, and then we will either be right or we'll be wrong, and that's what's fun about it. If we were just wishy-washy all the time, I don't know. I don't think that makes for great content. I think that's a little more boring.
I think, or if we just stuck to our one opinion about things forever. But I think clearly we've changed on this, right? You less so. You like Shalon in the first one, but I really, I did not like her at all in the first book. And I think book 2 Shalon is fantastic.
Yeah.
So, like, the idea that we're going to have the same opinions this whole time is so boring to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let us grow.
I think there is a difference between people being like, well, read and find out, to be like, Chad is like, can't contribute to this conversation, right? Or being like, well, you're wrong because you don't have information in future books. Like, that is silly, right?
Yeah.
That is goofy.
Yeah.
All right, that we can totally understand that. But I get it when we're like, bouncing things off and asking questions, and chat's like, can't say anything.
Just drop popcorn. We'll get to it. I promise you, we will get to it.
Throw some crabs in the chat if y'all are hungry.
I think this book's really good. I don't think it's his best book, but I think that it's really, really good. It's like, it's really... Can we talk about book rankings really quick?
Book rankings?
Of Brandon Sanderson book rankings. Because mine right now is Hero of Ages and Final Empire, like, flip-flop for number 1.
Okay.
And then I don't know what to do about this and Emperor's Soul. for 3.
Huh.
Because they're so different. I think they're both really well written. They both have beautiful things. One is a novella and one is 1,000 pages. And I don't know what to do about them in my rankings because, like, I feel like they should somehow both be 3.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that Emperor's Soul is better than this when it's literally like 160 pages feels like I'm doing Words of Radiance dirty. But there's some stuff at the end of this book that kind of knocks it down a little bit for me that we'll get to at the end of the podcast. But, like, it's like I think it's better than Well of Ascension. I definitely think it's better than Way of Kings. It's like my 3rd favorite Brandon Sanderson book, but Emperor's Soul is there and it's so good.
And it's because it's so short and it's one of those things, well, what has better rereadability? And it's like, well, you can either immerse yourself into this book or you can have something like really quick and satisfying in that. So I really wouldn't know how to rank those at all.
Yeah. And then like Will of Ascension's in the 5 spot and then probably Elantris and then Warbreaker.
You know what's so weird is that, like, I don't like how Hoid talks about art and shit, but I love how Brandon Sanderson talks about it in Emperor's Soul.
It didn't feel as pretentious.
Yeah.
It felt more character-driven and less like Brandon Sanderson's self-insert was winking at me.
Yeah,
That's the difference, is that Brandon Sanderson wrote a character who had a feeling about art versus Brandon Sanderson wrote himself talking about art. And that's why Hoid doesn't work for me, but Emperor's Soul does, honestly.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Giant Coleman, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Stupid ancient Egyptians thought the sun orbited the earth. Okay, why'd you make it the ancient Egyptians? Most people thought that.
Well, yeah.
Why'd you make it about Egypt?
Who did it first,
British people thought that or maybe not British. Probably by the time Britain was founded, I think we had discovered that one. But like ancient Greeks.
Maybe the Roman Empire.
Didn't the Greeks kill people for saying the sun rotated around the earth?
That's the point.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep. No, I get it now. It took me a second.
You know what? We got there.
Yeah.
We got there. Like, we will probably never get to the end of this book club because we're only in chapter 80.
Carry On says, what? You don't think he meant to portray Hoid as pretentious? Can I rant again? I think Hoid's pretension, when he is talking to other characters, is fun. I think when he's pretentious towards Dalinar, towards Elhokar, towards Amaram, it's fun. When he is talking to a crab so that Brandon Sanderson can wax poetic about how important storytellers are, I think that it's pretentious outside of a storytelling thing.
Yeah.
And it's to the audience.
Yeah.
There's no audience for Hoid in that moment except us.
Yes. It is literally the 4th wall break of the century.
Yeah. Whereas when he's being pretentious in the feast scenes, I think it works because he actually has an satirizing high class culture. And it's why Hoid, I don't hate Hoid as a character because I like Hoid when he's with other people. I
like him a lot of the time.
I don't like how both books end with Brandon Sanderson using Hoid to tell us how important books are. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, because he does it with the guards at the end of the first book, and then he does it here, and I just don't need every book to end with Hoid showing up and being like, God, aren't storytellers important?
Yeah.
They're just so good, and they do all this important things for society, and storytellers are great.
I agree. He's so much stronger when there are other people in the scene that he is talking with.
Because the best Hoid moment is when he makes fun of Renarin, Dalinar steps in, and he goes, oh no, Renarin can take it. You're weak because you don't stand by your son. Yeah. That's the best Hoid moment in this series.
Or when he's just fucking shitting on Amaram.
Oh, that's good too. Yeah.
That was fucking fantastic. Oh, man.
Yeah.
No, I will agree with you there. Because that's the thing is, I have mixed feelings on Hoid. Because sometimes I actually really love him in the story as a character.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the fucking epilogue is not my favorite.
Or, like, the Fleet story.
It's
fine. And I'm glad it came back. I'm glad that Kaladin referenced it later on. That made it better for me, honestly.
And I re-listened to it. But I didn't... It's still... It is not my favorite thing, but it's not bad by any means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, chapter 80... the Portenier gathering, we got to that. And Shalon is like, we need to look for oathgates. So we get to Kaladin, and he's chilling, and Elhokar basically is like a little tipsy, like tipsy enough that he's like saying things he may not normally say, but he's not fucking wasted, okay? He's like,
not yet.
You know how to be a hero. Why can't I be more like you?
Hey, Kaladin, Kaladin.
Okay, he's not that.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
He is not that.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
No.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
Sir Jim, thank you for joining the Nerds Radiant.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
Sir Jim does not like Hoid. Okay, he feels like teenage Brandon's D&D character that never grew up and somehow ended up in the Cosmere.
Hey, Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
I think honestly I think that's a pretty I think that it is fair. I think it's a little bit exaggerated, but I understand where you get that vibe.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question?
No.
Kaladin, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
No.
Kaladin?
Yes.
My good king.
No.
Fuck! God damn it, you're right! Oh, I'm so bad at this. Why did I ask? I wasn't ready for the answer. Why did I ask?
I love that he's like, well, I did ask.
Why did I ask? Oh, it's great. This scene is great. I loved the shit out of it.
Yeah.
I love sad boy Elhokar because he deserves to be sad.
Yeah, I do wonder what it says about Navani and Gavilar as parents.
100%. 100%. I love that Navani is Dalinar is oh yeah, the mother axe hound is out when he's talking about Shalon.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, she definitely developed that because neither of her children love her very much. She became a mother haxhound because she fucked up with both of her kids. Elhokar is a drunk and ineffectual king that she actively doesn't believe in.
Sure.
And Jasna straight up is I don't need a mom.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how much of that comes from Navani and how much of it comes from Jasna just being the smartest person in the room.
Sure. Oh, no, 100%. I agree with why Jasna is the way that she is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I've experienced this in real life with people who are mothers who have not great relationship with their teenage kids become overly protective and interested in the lives of their kids' friends because they're trying to develop this bond that they feel like they fucked up once.
Yeah, but I do want to add the extra layer of Shalon is engaged to Adolin and she does love Adolin very much.
No, 100%. But what I'm saying, I'm saying that it's it is a over-involved instinct that develops because you're hands off with your first kid. And it happens even within families where the eldest was sort of left alone and they don't have a great relationship. So the mother or the father will become hyper invested in the next one or in the third kid. The third kid will get all of this attention because the parents are oh fuck, our teenage son doesn't like us because we didn't spend as much time with them.
Yeah.
So we're going to hyper invest in the next generation or in their stepkids, right? In a way, Navani is becoming more involved in her stepkids' lives. We never see her interact with Elhokar. literally never see her interact with Elhokar.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of a human thing to be oh my god, I don't have this relationship with this kid, so I'm going to put what I wanted from that relationship onto another relationship.
Yeah.
And I think that Dalinar calling it out is really interesting.
Well, and I think that it is very telling that we don't get scenes with Elhokar and Navani.
And the only time we ever really hear her talk about him is when she's yeah, I love him, but what a fuck up.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think I'm saying it's good writing on Sanderson's part.
Yeah.
I feel
it's intentional.
With Navani, it feels like he's tapped into a very real person. She feels so three-dimensional despite less screen time than other people get. Navani, I feel like I've met Navani in real life.
Yeah.
Because she's a lot of women I know who have that sort of mother axehound personality and are also brilliant and workaholics and maybe fucked up with their original kids because they were, a little bit too invested in what they wanted to do with their lives. And I just feel like I've seen people go down that road before. And I think that I just think he did an excellent job with Navani. I think she's an incredible character.
Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah. And I do love this moment where Elhokar, before he leaves, he's hey, Kaladin, I'm really sorry that I imprisoned you because I was jealous.
Yeah. And then... Am I good king? No.
No, he asked that first.
You're really bad at this.
He asked that first. But I do think
No, I'm saying if he asked again though, Kaladin would be
yeah, sure.
That's my point right there, motherfucker.
Yeah. Look, Elhokar's not good at putting the pieces together, but I do commend him for being hey, I fucked up because I was jealous of you and that's on me, bud.
Well, and it's it's so fascinating, too, because I don't know that if Elhokar had jumped in, it would have been a good thing. Like, Elhokar's like, I should have jumped in and fought. And I'm like, Elhokar, I actually don't know that would have helped very much.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Elhokar's a fine duelist, right? I'm sure he's okay. He's probably better than Renarin was in that moment.
Oh, yeah. No,
because Renarin's just standing there listening to us fucking Spren screaming.
Poor Renarin.
No, wait. Renarin isn't listening to... Yeah, he is listening to Spren screaming because his Spren becomes a different Shardblade later on.
Does it?
Yeah, the Shardblade he's holding in the ring... God, the Shardblade math of this series gets so complicated. The Shardblade he's holding in the ring is the Shardblade his brother won for him.
And it's screaming
But
at
the
him.
Shardblade he has later on in the series...
He hasn't gotten his Spren Shardblade yet.
Doesn't he get it in the temple room?
No, in the temple room, he literally flinches when he summons it.
No, doesn't he get it? No, Shalon's blade. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's Shalon's blade.
There's too many, the blades.
No, I totally fair. But no, I don't think we have seen him with a Spren blade yet.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
It's why he doesn't carrying his Shardblade around. Kimi, thank you for that super chat. FYI, new Cosmere RPG Kickstarter update just dropped.
Is it spoilers?
Hell yeah, we're not going to read it because spoilers and you never know.
Can I look at it or is it spoilers? There's a new lift illustration.
Cute, okay.
Is it in my email?
No, we'll look at it after we read Edge Dancer.
Okay.
Because it might, it might be...
that's true. It's probably spoilers.
We'll look at it next week.
Anyway, I just love Navani. I think she's a really well-written character, and I think Brandon Sanderson crushed it with her.
Yeah. Chapter 81, The Last Day.
We're not saying that we reacted to this, because we reacted to everything we're talking about. So if you want to go watch, you can watch us. Mm-hmm. It's on. Mm-hmm. This is an interesting one. The Unmade are a deviation, a flare, a conundrum that may not be worth your time. You cannot help but think of them. They are fascinating. Many are mindless. Like the Spren of human emotions, only much more nasty. I do believe a few can think, however. What do you think the Unmade are? Do you think those are odium Spren?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I was like, maybe the Herald dude who gets Zeth at the end is an Unmade. Mm-hmm. Because, like, it says many are mindless, but, like, some of them can think and... They're nasty. I don't know. I genuinely, or maybe the Unmade, maybe the Unmade are the Parshendi in their storm form?
No, because it says, I think some of them, I do believe a few can think, and that I don't think that would
Which is the internal screaming, maybe?
That would have to be all the Parshmen. It could be all Parshmen, because in comparison to how many Parshmen there are, the Parshendi are a small number.
I don't know. Honestly, not a fucking clue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we get to the day. They're looking at that big group of Parshendi with the red eyes, and they're like, damn, that looks fucked up. Yeah. Not happy about that.
This would go hard in anime.
Yeah.
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 The red eyes.
Yeah. Dalinar gives a sick speech. And then it's...
Death!
Yeah, literally.
Death!
Yeah.
Just rattling the spears.
And then the Parshendi start singing, and they're like, oh, shit. Relaine is like, oh, no, this is really bad. Like, really bad. If it was bad before, it's way worse now. They're doing a thing, and you need to stop them from singing.
You
and
just hear them
Dalinar's
across the plains like, our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above.
Oh, my God. No. They're like, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Whoa, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And then the storm appears. To like this song, turn it off. Turn it off.
And Linesh and I are fighting, and like 5 feet away, there's just this like 8-foot tall brute be like, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine."
It's actually it's actually the VeggieTales theme song. If you like to talk to tomatoes. And they're like, what?
They're like, what the fuck is a tomato?
Oh my God, please. It's like...
Oh no, it's this stormlight of mine.
This stormlight of mine. Oh, man.
Oh, Cherise and I were on the same thought.
Oh,
that's so funny.
Nice.
Oh my god, VeggieTales would be so funny.
Yeah, right?
I just want it to be something like, it's just something very like Sunday school-y.
Yeah. Like, it's like not that ominous at all, but it feels ominous because you're like, I don't know what is going on here.
So they start singing. It's bad. Relaine is like,
it's the Osmosis Jones song.
The one that has the like pedophilia in it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's a weird
That's why they're like, oh, it's a song, it's a bop. And then they're like, wait, what did they just say?
Yeah, it just suddenly is about pedophilia in the middle of a children's movie, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
And now P. Diddy's in prison. That's crazy. It's not even a P. Diddy song, but...
Oh, man. Wow.
Were they friends? Probably.
Maybe.
Dalinar
is like, we need to stop that singing. Attack immediately. Kaladin walking around.
Well, no, Relaine is... Yeah. Relaine passes. Is like, you have to stop this. Yeah. Dalinar's like,
Dalinar sends the orders.
They sing it in German, so it sounds scary.
Yes, absolutely, though. Been there.
That's so funny. They're just like, Stille Nacht. They're like, is that Silent Night in German? Oh, God.
Terrifying. Kaladin goes to the, like, makeshift Pure Lake that they made to wash the sand. Because Zahel is there, and Kaladin was looking for Hoid, but, you know, Zahel will do, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's like, just make whatever choice helps you sleep at night. Kaladin's like, fuck. Damn it. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Elhokar is Dalinar's TN, so I guess.
Well, no, but he's looking for wit. After hearing this from Zahel, he goes down into the Pure Lake and he starts practicing like one-legged spear form, and he
sucks. He fucking sucks.
Yeah, because he's got one leg. Guess what? Spears, two-legged weapon. You know what's a one-leg weapon? Guns. You want to attack with one leg? Guns, buddy.
Yeah, just someone get Kaladin. Can Syl become a gun? Is the real question.
Yeah, I want to know so much about Zahel. Zahel weirds me out. I think there's something going on with Zahel. I'm not gonna lie. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. So he's practicing and while he's doing that, he comes to the realization that Tien is to Dalinar, Elhokar is to Dalinar what Tien is to him, and it's a beautiful realization where he's like, you know what, I gotta save that boy for Dalinar. It's still not really saving him because he wants to save Elhokar. He's still saving him for somebody else, but like I think it's close enough that Syl somewhere wakes up and is like, he's so close. I'm coming back to life, boys. I think Zahel had a Spren and it died. Oh, that's an interesting thought, Pinky. Oh, interesting. That is an interesting thought. So then would Niall want to kill Zahel then, or would he not because his Spren is dead? Maybe that's why, because Zahel doesn't seem old enough to like not be useful in a fight anymore. So maybe he retired because he broke an oath and killed his Spren. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so stupid.
What? What did you do?
I'm so dumb.
Why?
Teft is a Windrunner.
What?
Teft is a Windrunner.
Why?
Because Teft did something so awful that he feels like he should never have anything good ever again. He broke an oath and his Spren died. That's why he knows about that's why he knows about this stuff. Teft had a Spren and it died because it broke an oath, and that's why he doesn't think that he should be allowed to lead anymore.
I thought it was he knew the stuff because his parents were in a cult.
Some of that, yes. Teft had a Spren, and that's where all of this guilt is from. Because the guilt can't be about his parents' deaths. He didn't do anything wrong. He was a kid. Something has happened in between, right?
I just think it would be weird to have the guy in the interlude who had a Spren that died, and then Zahel have a Spren who died, and then also Teft have a Spren who died. Just seems like one too many.
I don't know. I feel like breaking your oaths is pretty easy to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of people with dead Spren. You can make a bad oath and then suddenly your Spren's dead.
Maybe. Deadsy, thank you for that super chat.
Hi, Nerdy and Clarissa's chair. She's back now.
I'm here.
She was peeing. It's a thing that happens every show.
There's caffeine in the gamer
she can't handle our caffeine.
It's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I think that Teft had a Spren, and it died because he broke an oath, and that's where all this guilt is from. And because I say that, I don't think Zahale does.
No, but he literally, like, Zahale references having one. Like, vaguely.
We'll find out. There's something going on with Zahale, and I don't know that I buy him. I don't buy him. I don't like him. I think something's going on. I like him because I think he's a good teacher and whatnot, but I don't trust that he's telling us the truth.
Okay.
Adolin is gonna go fight the Parshendi, and
yeah, and then fucking Brandon Sanderson murders Shardblade. Brandon Sanderson hates horses. Yeah, I'm throwing that out there.
He killed Bella.
Spoilers.
Sorry. Don't ask what that means. Don't read into it. It's in a short story.
What the fuck?
It's in a short story. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, he fucking just straight up murders Shardblade.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, wow, damn. Like, fuck. It's fine. Everything's fine. My God. No, he didn't. Oh, damn. It's Twilight spoilers from Nerdy. Yeah, stop spoiling Twilight.
She comes back as a vampire, but Brandon did canonically write Breaking Dawn. Yeah. Which is why the sex is very weird in it.
Yeah, for sure. It's just Mormon stuff, right? It's all
yeah, Mormons don't like horses.
Brandon doesn't like horses. Okay, that's actually true. You can tell. You know what? You can fucking tell.
Look, the Mormon church reversed its thoughts on black people in the late 80s, but they still have not reversed their position on horses.
In 1979, actually, God changed his mind about black people. It's in the song.
Yeah. God changed his mind about black people, but God has not changed his mind about horses, according to the Mormon church, not me. I want to be very clear.
Sure.
I don't believe in God. Brandon wrote the Twilight series. He used a pen name. Hey, they're both Mormons. So, have you seen them in a room at the same time?
Have you? Probably.
Have you? John Schmidt says, is Artax still a sadder death than either Bella or Shardblade? Yes, because a child is on screen going, Artax! Artax, why?
That one is traumatizing.
Also, there's no point to that scene in the movie. It is just there to be traumatizing, and it serves no other purpose. That movie is not good. It's not. Nostalgically, I get why you like it, right?
No, it's not even nostalgia.
It's just kind of a mess.
I genuinely think that, like, and maybe this is a nostalgia thing, but I think that movie was, like, weirdly impactful of being, like, literally the Empress being like, hey, your choices fucking matter.
Yeah.
All right? Be a good fucking person. And I'm like, okay, sure. Like,
yeah. So then Aelin attacks, and what happens is the Parshendi can now shoot lightning out of their pairings.
But it acts like real lightning, so it's very... So it's
erratic.
really just bad luck that Shardblade got hit. Like, honestly.
And good luck that Aelin didn't.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And so yeah, his horse dies. It's very sad. Mm-hmm. And
but they are able to kill these Parshendi. And that is, people see that and they're like, okay, they can be killed.
Yeah, Stormform can die.
Yeah.
And he says, like, fight these guys like you would fight archers. And then he is struck by lightning, and his shard plate saves his life. Thank God.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, his shard plate, we find out that shard plate is, like, immune to lightning attacks.
It adjusts, and it, like, blocks out where the light comes in or whatever.
Yeah, he's just momentarily blinded.
Well, wait, doesn't it happen, like, twice, and then the next time he's not blinded? Like, this shard plate, like, adapts to it?
Yeah, he basically develops sunglasses.
Kind of, yeah.
He just starts killing some Parshendi.
And
when they die, this is important. When they die, red Spren leave their bodies.
They wiggle out.
So we are killing innocent people who have been taken over by an evil god.
Yeah.
I really hope at some point in the following books this is addressed. I just hope we get into it eventually.
Well, there's hundreds of thousands of Parshmen for us to address it with, so yes.
It's not. I wanted some acknowledgement of it at the end of this book, and we didn't get it. I just hope that eventually we come around to talk about the Parshendi as people, because the weird thing about the interludes setting them up as innocent people who don't deserve this is that it's only in the interludes and never in the story that we treat the Parshendi like they are a reason to they are.
Relaine is there,
yeah, but Relaine is like kill them as a mercy. And I would like to at some point in the story investigate these characters that we are treating as evil.
Wait a second. Wouldn't the Everstorm have changed R'lain?
No, because he's on top of Urithiru, but it will once it comes back around the other way.
No, but the Everstorm hit them before they teleported away. Right? People were fucking flying off plateaus and being struck by things.
I think R'lain is booped up before the Everstorm changes him. Because I think you have to be changed in the middle of the storm, but no one is in it when in the middle of it.
Okay.
Because they don't change when they're at the storm wall. They change in the middle of the storm.
Ashnai just wasn't in the storm that long before she changed.
I feel like she was. I feel like there was a whole process.
There was like 2 minutes.
I feel like there was a Spren zoom in the live action version or the anime. There will be an Odium Spren zoom in at his mouth. And he will, like, Star Trek teleporter away as it, like, flies through where his body was.
Sure,
honestly,
yeah.
I think it's going to be something like that.
All right, cool. Yeah. Interesting. Poor R'lain.
No, we still have Shalon.
Right.
Is still sketching. She's drawn. She finds a perfect, she finds out that she's wrong. Shalon has drawn something incorrect because she's assuming that everything is symmetrical.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not. There is a perfectly circular plateau. And Shalon is like, well, that's where we need to go.
Mm-hmm.
And Dalinar is like, all right, yes, you do what Shalon says.
Yeah.
And then he gives the go for Navani's moisture-wicking fabrials to be used.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That was fun.
I like that a lot. And we also get the red storm spren are a form of void spren.
Yeah.
So void spren must be from Odium, right?
Yeah, they're like, what's her face is like, I don't like that your Spren speaks. He's a Voidbringer. And Pattern's like, I am not a Void Spren. Silly woman, you're ugly. And she's like, what?
Oh, yeah, this is where he just straight up just fucking mocks the shit out of a woman. I
think it's this
ruins her.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so mean, but it's so good.
He's like, I'm learning insults from my people. It's great. Pattern is my favorite.
I want Brandon Sanderson to put out like a burn book, but it's Pattern roasting people, and on this page it's just like, Inadara is a fugly bitch.
Yeah, right? Oh my god. It should be like a fucking like drag roast, but it's like Pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Pattern and the other Void Spren just not Void Spren, Lie Spren just roasting one another.
For Glory Lit, chapter 82, we get more about Moalok. I don't know who Moalok is in the epigraph. We also find out that what is this? Creating manifestations powered by the spark of death itself is what Moalok is doing. So Moalok is a thing, maybe a spren. It has to be nearby for when people dying, for you to have the death rattles, right? So the death rattles happen when somebody dies and Moalok is nearby, which implies that Moalok is moving with Taravangian, because when Taravangian in the interlude watched the King of Yakaved die, the King of Yakaved had a death rattle in Yakaved. So Moalok has moved to Yakaved with Taravangian, and so maybe Moalok is following Taravangian or something. I don't know. There's some relationship there.
Is Moalok the bastard son?
No. Moalok is a greater force that brings about death rattles from people.
There is one you will watch, though all of them have some relevance to precognition. Oh, like he's like a spren that travels around.
Yes.
That is an Odium spren because it kind of tells the future in the death rattles.
I don't think all precognition can be Odium. Otherwise,
no.
Renarin is of Odium, and that just doesn't...
But seeing the future is of Odium, apparently, maybe?
Renarin can.
That's what I mean. Renarin. Sus.
I just don't think that there would be an entire order of the Knights Radiant that were Odium Radiant. I don't think that that's how this works.
No, but I think that, like, you need to have balance, and I think that taking...
Oh no, guys, we're doing the Jedi and the Sith. Oh no. Balance to the Force?
No, not that, like, they're evil, but that the powers, all 10 of them, have to be balanced in a way between the 3 gods.
Yeah.
And so even if they don't follow Odium, their powers are still, like, derived from him somehow, maybe?
Yeah, I don't want that, because then we're doing the same thing we did with Mistborn again, where, like, there's the, like, bad guys who aren't bad guys until Ruin takes them over.
What? I'm not saying that Odium's going to take over
But
Renarin.
Odium can take over people who have his friend in them, right?
And I don't think he has a Spren in him.
Maybe.
I don't know. I fucking don't know.
Connor Crane says, Honor said the cultivation was better to see in the future than he was. That's true.
True. Yeah.
But that's also the god. That doesn't necessarily mean the people. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Who knows?
I hope this series doesn't get too bogged down in precognition. It's really interesting to watch characters do stuff because they want to do stuff and not because the plot has told them to. Mm-hmm. I really don't want a bunch of characters doing things because there are characters in the books who just tell them when to be where.
Yeah.
Having an entire order of people who are just plot characters gets really difficult, and it really kills my interest when it's like, oh god, what do we do next? Well, we got to go talk to Renarin. He'll just tell us. We don't need to figure it out for ourselves. We can just go talk to Renarin.
No, yeah, I'm sure that.
What did Renarin write on the wall during the high storm?
I think that's boring, and I think that everyone would agree that that's boring. So I'm sure Brandon Sanderson did not make that choice.
I just really hope so, because we're straight up using the words precognition, and there's a lot of people who can see the future now, and there's a lot of different ways people are seeing the past and the future, and I just don't want to get bogged down in what should we be doing, because God knows.
It's a tricky line to walk, for sure.
Yeah, and it's not one that I've loved. And it's something that I've enjoyed not having in Brandon Sanderson things. Mm-hmm. I thought I liked the Warbreaker's version of it enough. You know what I mean? But that was also my least favorite of his books. But like Elantris not having prophecy was great. Mistborn not really having prophecies was great, right? The prophecies, there are prophecies, but obviously they turn out to be sort of this misdirect that is really successful.
Yeah.
And yeah, Epic Rabbit says, what if they can only see possible futures? 100%. I'm way more down for that, right? That's not what has happened so far, because we haven't seen any of the prophecies be wrong.
We've only seen a prophecy.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that we've decided.
Yeah.
I'm saying we haven't seen a prophecy be wrong yet. Mm-hmm. That's all. Because Teravangian's shit isn't prophecy, right? Teravangian's wrong because Teravangian's doing what I think the only real form of prophecy could be. But if there are god prophecies just telling people where to be when, it just kind of becomes a like, well, then it's just the author just writing where people should be.
Well, and it can't it can't be that, right? Because the Almighty is dead. And Stormfather is basically like, you're all fucked.
But cultivation isn't. And so if cultivation starts becoming the driver of prophecy, and she was better at prophecy than the Stormfather, or than Honor anyway, having the better prophecy god be alive doesn't fill me with a lot of hope.
Yeah, I don't know. I am positive that that's not what it's going to turn into. I don't think these books would be as beloved as they are if that were the case.
Sure. But they could. Other people like prophecies more than I do. Like, this is a personal thing. I don't like prophecies, but general audiences seem to love them because everything has a fucking prophecy, even though I think it is generally just... I think the best case use of it is foreshadowing, but not foretelling. And I feel like too many things lean into foretelling, and people are like, I fucking love this because it's foretelling, and I just don't feel the same way as other people. So it makes me nervous because I don't like it the way other people do.
Right.
And that was the case in Wheel of Time. I thought Wheel of Time was so bogged down in prophecy that it kind of ruined the whole series for me. And other people, that is a series that people will fight to the death over.
Yeah.
And I don't love it, right? And a part of it is the way prophecy's handled in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I don't blame Brandon for that, because he took over, it was too late, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't think he really could have saved it. And I think that his first book in particular was really good. But that's just, doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, let's move on to, where are we? Adolin? No. Kaladin.
Kaladin goes to try and save Elhokar.
Yeah.
And he goes in the room and is like, oh my god, he's dead. Then Adolin is on the battlefield.
This is not a fake out death. I want to be clear. This is a joke, and it's a joke that works. We're going to get to the fake out deaths later, but this is not a fake out death. This is a joke, and it's a good joke. Him being there unmoving because he's drunk off of his ass because Kaladin ripped his soul apart is a good joke, and I will defend it. It's a great beat. It's a great beat.
Adolin is fighting the Parshendi, and they try to tie him up, and it doesn't work because he's trained in that, so that's good. Adolin is trying to figure out a strategy to fight them. And so what they're going to do is he's going to use the information that Shalon taught him. He's going to cut through the rock. He's going to come at them from behind.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like the ropes bit. I think the ropes bit's really cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
It makes sense. Like, how would you fight a shard bearer with numbers but no shards?
Yeah.
And just running up to them is dumb because they can just sweep through multiple people in each sweep. It's not like their blade is getting caught. In real life, a person in armor can't do that because your sword's just going to get caught in somebody at some point. Yeah. And so, yeah, this was really clever. I liked the Parshendi adapting here. Yeah. I thought it led to some really interesting combat and forced Adolin to really, like, use what he'd learned from Shalon because he's a man who pays attention to his woman, which is why I don't like the threesome angle. Adolin is being a good boyfriend.
I know. I hear you.
He's not dismissive of her. He really pays attention. He listens. I think he's actually a great match for her.
Yeah, and I think that he, like, becomes better because of Shalon. Like, there's so much. I know. I agree. I love them together. Michael Kioski, thank you for that super chat. First rule of prophecy: foreshow, don't foretell.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. No, but I do agree with that, right?
No,
even in that phrasing, it's funny, but like I do agree with that.
It's a good joke. It's a good joke because it's also true.
I just don't. I don't want to know what happens later in the book before it happens. I want it to be because characters want to do it, not because someone told them they should. And I think that it's. I think it is a great crutch because it means that you don't have to do character development.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, but it is, right? Like, yeah. At the end of the day, you can just be like, well, this person says you have to. And so it's like, I don't have to worry about why my character wants to do it because they don't have a choice. Mm-hmm. And so I don't have to write character development because the characters are just going to do it. Mm-hmm. And it's in that way, it does feel, it's just not my favorite. Like, I think that there are better ways to get characters to do things.
Yeah, for
out
sure.
of desperation or you know, what this series does a lot of that, right? There's very little actual prophecy in it. Because, and the thing is, like, if the level of prophecy doesn't go up from here, I'm fine with it. If Renarin writes the date of the climax of every book throughout every book, whatever, the date doesn't matter as much. Yeah. It's that Renarin's powers are in its infancy now, and so if he's going to get better at prophesizing as the series goes on, at what point is it just not worth it to read the books anymore because Renarin just knows the answers, right? Right now he doesn't know the answers. He just knows in 32 days the Sanderlanche is coming. Right? Well, that's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, later books, when he's developed his powers and knows how to use them, if he's like...
I hear you 100%. Yeah. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. Thruple or bust. I think you mean thruple or nut.
What?
I don't know.
It's thruple to nut, not or nut.
Depends. Maybe you're, like, a jealous person and you can't handle a third.
Thruple and bust, yeah. Michael Kiosk, thank you for that super chat. Should have been foreshadow, but I remove ads. You fuckers with ad block.
For show. I
want your money. James Ross says, I remember this conversation during Well of Ascension. It's so interesting how these two books that have the same conversation are not my S rank Sanderson books, but are my like A+ rank Sanderson books.
Mm-hmm. Dalinar is... He's hearing voices again. He's like, is that the Almighty?
Yeah.
Turns out, no, that is the Stormfather, who is a sliver of the Almighty left behind after the Almighty was killed by Odium. So he's just kind of yelling at the sky for a bit. Then Dalinar takes a messenger's horse and goes to the battlefront because Royan, yeah, that's the name, right?
Yeah.
He's having a bad time.
Yeah.
So he's like, Navani, you got to do the thing that you're going to do immediately with the archers. It's very cool. Very cool. They help save Royan's forces.
So basically, instead of having people on the platform, because they realized that was going to be heavy and it was going to cost way too much, Stormlight and the gems are going to crack, all they needed to do was lift the front of a tarp to create an angled tarp through which they can shoot arrows out of, but keep their bowstrings dry. And honestly, this is pretty fucking brilliant.
They have to take the moisture out of the air, though, and I do love that Navani's like, I hope this thing doesn't suck anybody's blood out when they touch it.
I know, but, like, wouldn't it be fun if you could just put that, like, on your dick, and it would just like be like an automatic blowjob fabrial?
To suck the blood out of your dick? I
No,
didn't think that's what a blowjob was.
Not the blood, the cum.
Sure.
They make those. They're like fake. They're like masturbators, but they like do like blowjob shit. And I've never experienced one, so I have no idea. I've seen ads for them on Twitter.
I don't think that magically extracting the cum out of your dick would feel the same as an orgasm.
It's a fabrial. Why not? We're going to talk about a fabrial at the end of this book that breaks the laws of anything. So like the fabrials can do anything. I want a fabrial masturbator. Okay, that's it. Navani, get on it.
Sure.
Find a pervert and get to work.
Sure. Kaladin realizes Elhokar's alive.
Mm-hmm.
Fake out death. I'm kidding. And is like, Elhokar, assassins.
Oh my god.
Like, no assassins! Assassins!
The Shardblade hole.
What?
The Shardblade hole.
What about it?
It changes to the size of whatever you put in it.
Yeah.
So could you fuck the oathgate?
If you had a Shardblade for a dick.
Well, but I think it changes to whatever thing you put in it.
You could put your fist in there and test it out, I guess.
Yeah. Someone's definitely fucked the oathgate, right?
It's cold metal, though. Like, it's cold. Like, that doesn't sound pleasant.
A little bit of lube, you're good to go.
Cold metal? Just use a fucking, like, rock butt at that point.
Someone probably has.
Yeah. I just wouldn't want to fuck a metal tube. Like, yeah. That sounds awful.
Fair.
Chapter 83. Time's illusions.
Wait, did we skip over Dalinar?
Nope.
Okay. I was thinking about fucking the oathgate. I don't know why you're mad at me.
Clearly. Chapter 83. Shalon and Renarin find the chamber.
Can we go back to the Dalinar thing really quick?
Sure.
So Dalinar and the Stormfather are already bonded at this point, right?
No.
Yes. Because how is he talking to him? This has to be that Dalinar was at least a little bit bonded to the Stormfather when the Stormfather started giving him visions. And that's how all of this plays out.
Then wouldn't he have been bonded to Gavilar as well?
Probably, yeah. But then Gavilar died. We've never been told that Spren die when their owner died. Or their bonded partner dies.
Fuck if I know.
Anyway, let's move on. 83, Time's Illusion. Yeah.
So Shalon and Renarin find where they think the Oathgate is. There's like a perfect circle, okay?
Yeah.
And Pattern is like, oh, there's gonna be a storm. It's really bad. They're going the wrong way. So Shalon is like, look for anything that does not belong. And Renarin cuts into a hole, to a rock that doesn't seem like it's supposed to be there because all the creme like gets on stuff over the course of time. They cut into like a doorway and they find a secret tunnel. Yeah.
Secret tunnel.
While Adolin is doing the exact same thing, which I thought was very well done. Clever. Yeah. I see what you did there. So they cut in the hole, they hide, they attack the Parshmen from behind, and the Parshmen that are singing are like too into the mob mind mentality to be able to do anything about it. And Adolin is just feels like shit for just fucking murdering them all.
Yeah. So this gets into something this book has kind of established that Clarice and I are real on the fence about.
The thrill.
Because in this moment, as Adolin is like, God, it would really help if the thrill would help me kill these people. The book is sort of establishing that the thrill isn't just adrenaline. It's
like
magic.
A weird magic odium feeling.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I have a
no, you're good.
I don't love this only because this is a thing that exists in real life, right? Like going into like battlehead mode is just like is a thing that I have listened to enough soldiers talk about.
Mm-hmm.
That it's weird to me to make it magical when it's something that.
So I've been thinking about this.
I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I feel like this is kind of a weird commentary on something that lets you kill other people easier is a negative. And that's why it's like seems to be a magical feeling that comes from odium, I think. Right? The thrill is kind of evil. because it allows you to just murder indiscriminately without thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that, like, Odium's kind of preoccupied with the Parshendi here and is not giving the thrill to the people fighting them is very telling. I think that later on when they say, like, the hearts of man kind of deal, like, people and they're, like, it is about what is inside. Like, I think that people being complicated, being a little bit of cultivation, being a little bit of Odium, being a little bit of the Almighty, and, like, how you choose to deal with that might be a theme of this book. And so, yeah, at first it was like the thrill, adrenaline, that's a magic thing. Like, what? I don't know how I feel about that, but now I feel like the thrill is like of Odium because it is a tool used to kill without mercy.
Yeah. I'm still on the fence. I think that as we get, I'm gonna need more about it from the next few books to know what I really think of it. Because right now I could take or leave it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm literally just theorizing because it does also make me feel weird.
It's just it's just odd because it's something that exists in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Which is why I'm like, is this Brandon's kind of like denouncement
of war?
It? I don't know. Maybe like, you know, we'll have to see. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly,
it just I think that if it did something else, maybe I would be able to view it as something else. But all it is it seems that you're just in the zone. It just doesn't seem like
it like allows you to kill better because you don't feel bad about it.
But I don't really think it allows you to kill better. It just allows you to not be emotionally attached to the killing as you're doing it, which is just
keep killing.
But that's just but that is the real world.
But
like
no,
that
Dalinar,
exists in real world soldiers.
The moment when Dalinar, when the thrill leaves him, he is horrified by what he is doing. And has a moment where he stops killing. Like, and so...
But that, again, that's also something that happens in real life. Like, there are soldiers who put down a gun in the middle of a battle and can never pick one up again.
No, that's what I mean. I think it's like a commentary of some kind that I just don't understand yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so fascinating. I think that it's one of those things where it just, to me, it feels like it's trying to turn something that is more inherent to humans into something magical. And I feel like it's something that's so inherent to my understanding of humanity that it feels weird to me to try and make it magical. But that doesn't mean that it but that's more about like my biases that I'm bringing into it and not about the book itself, right? And I think that's why I'm on the fence about it, because I think that I'm acknowledging that it's about like my biases towards it and not about the book.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's complicated. Defalcon Zero, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you so much.
Seen a lot of horny Cosmere jokes over the years in the fandom and a lot of repetition. 3 original takes in a single stream is impressive. Nerdy, 5 stars.
Guys, there's one thing that I can promise you is that I will come up with disgusting, perverted ways to look at books that no one else has.
Look, we are absolute degenerates, okay?
Yeah.
Welcome in.
I don't know why anyone watches this. Anyway.
We're supposed to keep the smut to smut corner, and we've become loosey-goosey with that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like training soldiers to kill people is just a thing that we do, and we know that we know that it works, right?
Yeah, but I think having a weirdly like addictive quality to killing in the thrill, right? The thrill is like a high.
But it doesn't. But we haven't seen any. This is why I think it's weird to me. We haven't seen anyone be addicted to it and look for reasons to go after it.
I think Sadeas is.
Sadeas doesn't care about killing, I don't think. I think that Sadeas cares about conquest. I think Sadeas cares about power. If he could do that without killing, like Sadeas to me, it feels like he's driven by something else. I don't think he's driven by the enjoyment of killing individual soldiers on the battlefield.
I thought there was a comment in one of his POVs about it, but I might be mistaken.
And maybe it would be Sadeas, but I think that Sadeas is... Yeah, maybe it is Sadeas. Maybe that's it. Sadeas seems driven by wanting to be king, not by like, I need to create battles so that I can justify killing people. Because he could do that much easier than he is, right?
Yeah, I feel like the Alethi people are a product of the Thrill in a way. This like warfaring people who will fucking just murder one another. Like, I've definitely read accounts, and I could be woefully misinformed, but I have read accounts of a lot of people in our society who will shoot their guns without the intention of trying to hit people in a war, right? Where like
what?
Like they will like fight, but they're not. Their first intent is generally not to actually kill people, unless they are faced with like it's me or them, right? Like I think that the Thrill kind of almost forces the Alethi to be more violent because so many of them feel this rush and this high, which is maybe why they think that it is the best job you can have, right?
Yeah.
Right? They're like, being a soldier is the highest calling that you can possibly have because there's this weird, almost sinister, addictive thing about it that has made the Alethi who they are as a society, and the Alethi fucking suck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like,
that's fair.
They're kind of the worst. And you know, they're definitely dominant in Roshar because of their warmongering abilities, but it feels like the other cultures around them kind of look down on them for it. So, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I think that the Thrill is actually going to be this like weirdly sinister thing.
Yeah, maybe. It's an interesting thing. I think that I don't have a strong. I don't know which way I'm going to go on it. I think once we get more into it,
for sure.
It also being like this world having these magical forces that can like leave the area, and so the thing doesn't exist there anymore is very odd to me.
Yeah.
Like the Thrill being something that is like, oh, it's just not around right now because
like the death rattles and the.
Like, Moalok is in a different castle, and so no one's thrilling up right now. I'm like, okay.
It does seem weird, right? Because it's like, oh, cultivation is on a different continent, and so we're not getting the death rattles as much anymore. Or, like, the Odium is busy doing the Parshendi thing, and so that he's not putting the Thrill into the Alethi how he was before. I don't know. There's a lot of forces at work here that I don't have enough understanding of.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know. I do sometimes feel like some of the big stuff in this book is put here intentionally to be like, we'll get to this at some point, but don't worry about it right now.
Yeah.
And I think that this book almost leans a little bit too much into that. And I wish the book was a little bit more about the here and now and not so worried about setting up mysteries that it's not interested in attacking.
I don't know about that because for the Thrill, for example, is in
that's
like
just
book
my opinion.
one.
I'm not.
But the Thrill's set up in book 1, so why would you... I'm just curious why you would attribute that to book 2.
No, I'm saying like Moalok... No, because book 2 is where it introduces that it's a moving force that it's like sometimes affects them and sometimes not. I think that... I'm just saying, my opinion is that this book sometimes spends a lot of time trying to be like, hey, this is a big idea that we're not going to get to right now.
We're gonna ride horses at some point.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not. It's. Sometimes I wish the book was a little bit more focused on what was going on and a little bit less worried about me wondering about things we're not going to get to for a while. And we'll talk about that as we get to the very end of the book, right?
Yeah.
But I do kind of think that I just wish I sometimes wish this book focused a little bit more on what was going on in the moment and not so worried about. I need you to know how epic my world is, which is sometimes what it feels like to me.
Yeah. Especially when it's like, I'm planning for 10 giant fucking books.
Well, and
so
then people
we'll get
will
to it when we get to
defend the book by just being like, Nerdy, you're reading book 2 of 10. And I'm like, yeah, but this book should still feel like a book. And I in some ways, I think that the Stormlight Archive doesn't do that. And I think that other people are going to feel differently.
Yeah, that's obviously subjective.
But I don't think that I'm not a person who likes to trade the present for the future. And I think that this book does that a little bit more than I need.
Yeah.
Some of it's fun, and then I think that it just goes a little bit overboard by the end. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dalinar is
he's hurting.
Yeah, he's wounded.
Stabby stab.
And Royan's army's fucked. And Navani's like, we're losing. Aren't we? And Dalinar's like, I mean...
Yeah, for some reason I have this really bad feeling. And the Stormfather is like, yeah, so the Parshindi are summoning a storm. It's going to be real bad. So I'm going to summon another storm to wash away your bodies because I'm a good dude. Stormfather has some weird reasoning. Well, you know what? We'll unpack that, I'm sure, in the future. Dalinar's like, fuck you, how dare you abandon us? And Stormfather's like, hold that thought. I have a daughter who's disobeying that I need to go take care of. I wonder who that could be, okay?
So this is where we start getting into the fake out deaths. And this one bugs me, because Syl was never dead, and...
The Stormfather was just like, no, you killed her.
So the Stormfather's just fucking lying at this point?
He's a liar.
But the Stormfather is the honor guy?
No.
Yeah, he's the biggest honor spren.
He's like a piece of honor.
Yeah, but he's the biggest honor spren, and he was lying.
Is it dishonorable to always lie?
Yeah, lying is dishonorable.
I don't know.
She wasn't dead. She was just less intelligent.
I don't even know if she was that. Like, genuinely, like, I don't know what happened to Syl. Yeah.
It's my theory is Spren don't actually understand death, so they throw that word around a lot. But the Shardblades are dead Spren. Right? So they have to have some concept of death because they have it, right? Death exists to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
know. The way in which the death of the Spren is being handled is really messy.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a number of ways that they can die.
Yeah. Because Syl is like, well, you guys are weird. You just leave meat behind. And I'm like, do animals die like Spren? Like,
but
I'm very
Spren leave
confused.
Shardblades behind. So to say that humans do that and Spren don't is weird because we now know that Spren can actually leave a body behind.
Well, but they do come back and they scream about it.
Sure. But they do leave a body.
Yeah.
Because what is a dead Shardblade if not a Spren's body?
I guess.
Right? So how... Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Very confused. Anyways, fake out death, Syl is alive.
How does an idea die and become a Shardblade? Yeah. It's wild. Anyway, so apparently, but apparently,
so if Syl died,
wasn't
have she become a Shardblade?
Here's the thing: if Syl was dead, right, then the Stormfather wouldn't have told her not to go back to Kaladin. She had to be alive enough that the Stormfather needed to demand that she not go back to him in order for her to disobey him.
And they have a whole conversation in front of Kaladin. She's like, say the words, you fuck!
That's later, but I'm saying right now, when he says she's disobeying me, she has to have been aware enough to know that he demanded that she wasn't allowed to go to him, but not aware enough that she's alive, and that's where it gets real messy to me.
It is messy. Yeah, we'll get there, maybe. Because I was like, I'm so fucking confused. Anyways, Kaladin is over Elhokar's unconscious body, and Moash and Graves come up, and they're gonna fucking kill him. And Cal's like, oh shit, we're in the same place where Szeth attacked. That's poetic. Moash is like, Cal, it's fine. You tried. Just let me fucking kill him. Kaladin is like, no.
Mm-hmm.
You're not Bridge 4 anymore. They argue a little bit about it. And Cal is like, there's actually a person who is responsible for your grandparents' death. It's this person. And Moash is like, I don't really care.
It's also kind of a weak argument.
Is it? I don't know. There is an actual person who is responsible for their death, like, with intention.
I think that the way in which everybody babies Elhokar is so fascinating. Because to say that Elhokar is not responsible because someone else convinced him to do it is like not be acknowledging that Elhokar's an adult. Like, yes, Rashon convinced Elhokar to do it, but Elhokar still did it. Sure,
yeah, but Kaladin is not saying that Elhokar is absolved of any guilt. He doesn't say that. He says, like, no, Elhokar still sucks, but there is a person who actually intentionally killed your grandparents.
But I don't think Rashon knew that they were going to die in prison either. Like, Rashon didn't, like, send assassins after them. He just wanted them in prison so that he could work his business. To say that Rashon is more responsible for what happened in the prison, when that's actually where Elhokar is responsible.
But no,
right?
he is responsible. That's why Dalinar wanted to kill him. Because he was responsible for these people dying.
But yeah, but not any more so than Elhokar. Elhokar still swung the sword. Even though it was them dying in prison was an accident no matter what, right? No one killed them in prison. They just died there because of the mistakes made by the Elhokar's government.
The way that it is explained to me in the book is that Rashon left them there to die on purpose, which is why he was severely punished.
Rashon made up the allegations that got them thrown in prison. But Rashon didn't control them once they were in prison. Elhokar did. Rashon doesn't run the prison. Rashon runs silversmithing stores. But
basically, Rashon was Elhokar's Dalinar in that moment, where Elhokar listens to whatever Dalinar says, so it was all Rashon.
Again, that is babying Elhokar and being like, he's not responsible because he's not good at this, in a way that I don't agree with. Elhokar is still the one that signed the order.
Wouldn't, the court control the prisons?
No, not in a monarchy.
What do you mean? They don't try. No, Dalinar
says
that they try people.
There's not a Supreme Court of Justices.
Dalinar says that they try people.
Yeah, and guess who chooses? The prince. The prince decides.
Okay, I mean, we don't know that.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg isn't sitting there arguing with Elhokar. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, I have never seen Elhokar attend a trial of any kind, and so I don't actually know if that's his job.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the way people baby Elhokar, I just find it fascinating because he is responsible and he knows it. That's why he's a sad drunk, right? Yeah. Anyway, where were we?
We're in chapter 84.
These get so complicated because there's 3 seconds with each
person. I know. It's a little convoluted.
Garen Barrows, thank you for that super chat. They died waiting for trial.
For that super chat.
No, I know, but it's Elhokar. Elhokar put them there.
No, Rashon put them there.
No, Rashon made up the evidence that he gave to Elhokar that Elhokar put them there with. But them dying in prison is still Elhokar's fault.
Look,
Rashon is just a rich guy who owns some silver stores, and he was friends with Elhokar, who's the prince who's in charge because his dad is away, right? So he wants these other silversmiths taken care of. So he makes up some fake bullshit. He takes that to his buddy Elhokar. Elhokar goes, oh my god, look at this shit. My buddy here is telling me that these people did something awful. Off to prison with you. While in prison, which is Elhokar's domain because he's the prince left in charge, they die while waiting to go to trial.
That is definitely a strong assumption.
That's what happened in the book.
Elhokar is in charge of the prisons.
Who else would be?
You delegate. Okay, if you are a monarch of some kind, you have to delegate things of your rule, and so I would imagine that there would be some kind of justice system that would be in charge of the prisons that Rashon was either bribing or lying to. I'm just saying, I don't know actually how much responsibility is on Elhokar. I don't know what their justice system is.
It's a monarchy. It's whatever the king says, or whatever the prince says. That's just how monarchies work. They're that's why they're monarchies. They don't have 3 systems of judgment that have checks and balances on one another. He's the king. He's the prince.
Well, then why does Dalinar say we'll put Amaram on trial?
Because he's a light eyes.
Yeah, so
there's a right way to do things. Yes. But the trial is before the king. The trial isn't before the Supreme Court. The trial is before the head of the state.
Honestly, I don't think that the most important person in your system would try petty thievery.
No, not petty thievery, but a crime a crime committed by a light eyes would by Amaram would absolutely be presided over by the king.
But not these dark-eyed silversmiths.
No, but Elhokar is the one that they never get a trial. Elhokar puts them in a prison and then forgets about them, and they die there. But they never get a trial.
Yeah, because he's probably not responsible for booking that trial. I don't know.
So, but he still puts them there and doesn't set in place for them to get their trial. That's still his fault. He puts them there.
Is that his job, or is that the justice system's job is to book trials for people? Like, I am genuinely...
I genuinely do not know what you are arguing for. Like, you're saying that once he puts them in prison for trumped up charges that his friend made up, it's his hands are clean from that point because...
Yeah, that's what a monarchy is you have people underneath of you to take care of shit.
No, a monarchy is that everything is your fault because you're the king. You better get shit done. It is your job.
I'm not saying that Elhokar has no blame. I think that you are, like, so quick to say that it is... absolutely his fault.
Yes, he put them in prison where they died waiting for a trial. It is 100% his fault.
He was given false evidence, and so I'm saying that he is a little bit responsible, but you are like, no, they died, and he basically made them die because he kept postponing their trial. Whereas, like, we don't actually know that was Elhokar. Like, I don't know how their system works. If Elhokar has to be in charge of every single grievance that comes before him, like, I don't know how he would get anything else done.
I just think it's really odd to me that
and Elhokar's not the king at the time.
He's the prince who's in charge of the city because his dad is away. I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting to me that sometimes... the book will have the characters acknowledge that it is a character's fault, and then you will argue that it isn't. Right? Like, even Dalinar, in the scene with Kaladin, acknowledges that Elhokar fucked up. But you're defending his responsibility in a way that Dalinar in the book doesn't.
Yeah, but Dalinar is not like, Elhokar is a fucking murderer, which is what I mean when I say that Elhokar definitely has some level of blame because he is, like, the top person. But that's like saying, if you're a CEO... and you hire someone underneath of you who does something bad, you're still a little bit responsible. But you weren't the person who actually did a bad thing.
That's not what it is at all.
Yeah,
it's not about hiring somebody. It is if you are the CEO and you shove somebody off in fucking Siberia, forget about them and they die there, you're the one who put them in that office, it's your fault.
Elhokar didn't actually go grab them and throw them in prison himself, though. He was presented with...
What are you arguing? Yeah, he ordered it, though. It doesn't matter who physically put them in prison.
He's like, oh, there's some evidence that these people committed a crime. Okay, throw them in jail and get them a trial. And then it's
we don't know that he said that last part. All we know is he threw them in prison for trumped up charges that his friend made up. And then Dalinar came back and went, Elhokar, what the fuck were you thinking?
Because Rashon kept postponing the trial. That's what I mean.
The responsibilities on the... much like Ned Stark says.
He has responsibility. I'm just saying,
it falls on the man who swings the sword.
I'm just saying, like, Elhokar isn't really, like, a horribly guilty person.
And I'm saying the book doesn't agree with you. And I'm saying that Elhokar doesn't agree with you. His drunken guilt doesn't agree with you.
But we don't even know if Elhokar knows those people died. That's what I'm saying.
How could he not know? His friend got sent to... You keep saying this. That's insane. His friend literally was almost killed, and his dad had to come home and save his friend from the chopping block in order for his friend to not have his head cut off. How could all of that happen and Elhokar not know what happened? How would they hide that from Elhokar? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Then he probably knows.
Yeah, and he knows he did wrong because Dalinar would not let him not know. Dalinar and Gavilar sat him down and had many long conversations about this.
Yeah, no, and I think that, like I said, I think that Elhokar is guilty of, like, being negligent in that situation.
Yeah, and then negligence is death. That's called manslaughter. We send people to prison for it all the time.
But not like that.
Yes, that is literally what manslaughter is.
No, I know that's what manslaughter is. I'm saying
guilty of manslaughter.
I'm saying that Elhokar is a child.
We need to move on from this. We're never going to move off this point.
You just love to shit all over Elhokar.
No, but I'm not shitting on him. He is responsible.
And I agree he is a little bit responsible, but you basically are like, he fucked up so bad he is a murderer.
Yeah. And Dalinar thinks that too.
No.
He committed manslaughter. He did. Rashon committed manslaughter, and Rashon had consequences for it, and Elhokar got to be king. That is monarchy. You want to know what a monarchy is? It's that. 2 people committed manslaughter, and the one who's related to the king didn't have any consequences for it.
I do not agree with you. But I think that is already on record. So, so we get to chapter 84. And they find the oathgate. They find the room that is like this, like, fucking beautiful, like, curated, preserved room, which is interesting that the creme, like, covers shit, but it also preserves it very well, which is where they think that the portal is. And they have to First, what they do is they try Renarin's Shardblade into this like keyhole, but nothing happens because it's a dead Spren. It's not a real Spren. And Shalon is telling the Bridgeman to everybody, bring their armies over here. We have the Oathgate. We just need to figure out how to work it. Mm-hmm. So everybody get your asses over here. Adolin and Neshani are fighting, and it's a little anticlimactic. She just kind of gets knocked into the chasm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This fight was fine.
It's fine.
So this is Fake Out Death number 1. Right?
Yeah.
Let's keep track of them. We're at the first Fake Out Death.
Well, we don't know Eshani is alive yet, but I'm pretty sure she's alive. I think yeah.
She's fine.
This is the second Fake Out Death.
She's a Storm Spren who fell into the chasms in Shardblade. Sorry, in the last section, right? Mm-hmm. Fake Out Death number 1 is the
Syl.
Darth Maul approach of Elhokar.
Oh, I guess Syl isn't back yet. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I think that this is a Fake Out Death. Obviously, Eshani could be dead.
This is the best of the Fake Out Deaths, right?
Yes.
Because it doesn't come back in this book, and we're going to find out about her story continuing later on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so Adolin beats Eshani only to find death.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be great. Kaladin's trying to fight off Moash, and Moash just fucking punches him in the chest and shatters every bone in his body. Mm-hmm. He's like, "Oh shit, that was a little harder than I meant to there." And then Syl and Stormfather are arguing, and Syl's like, "Say the words."
Kaladin's just like bleeding out on the ground over the king. He's like,
What words? What?
I will protect people even if I don't fucking like them. And then he powers up, and thank God there's some stormlight in this hallway.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, they gotta light their hallways somehow, but yeah.
Well, but it's also the weeping, so thank God the hallway wasn't lit with like oil and wicks.
Yeah.
Right? Like there is a version of this where he gets his powers back, but there's no stormlight nearby. Unless you could, I don't think you can suck stormlight off of somebody else's Shardblade, right?
Could you imagine if he just sucks it out of the Shardblade, it goes dead?
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a protection against that somehow. It just doesn't. Yeah.
I wonder.
Otherwise, that's what every fight would become.
Well, but here's the interesting part. I wonder if you could. I'm sure that the plate protects the stormlight from being sucked out of it. But what if you can break the plate enough? Like, what if it's cracked or it's broken in such a way that you could? Like, at what point?
Oh, like if the chess piece was dead, could you start?
Well, if the chess piece is dead, then you are locked up.
You know what? I think that you can't. I think that what's happening in the Shardplate is that because the gemstones are actively already infusing something, mm-hmm. you can't like tap a second source. So like if the infusing the gemstones into the Shardplate wasn't already siphoning power, I think that there's probably like 2 shard bearers can't pull from the same object, from the same gemstone at the same time. I think it's like the stormlight can only be moving in one direction, sort of like electricity.
Interesting.
And although actually that's a lie, I think electricity can be split. But I think that it's like a current issue, and the current is already taken up going into the Shardplate, and that's why you can't suck it a second way.
Interesting.
Because you can't overpower the bond of that current, maybe.
Yeah. No, okay, that's fair. So Kaladin says his oath. Stormfather says the words are accepted.
Hey, that's the name of the episode.
And Kaladin just fucking powers up.
Yeah.
Proof line?
Yeah.
There's like one left in the house, and it's just like...
Yeah, it follows us around.
I know.
And so... Wait, I'm so lost. Yes. They're fighting.
Syl appears as a Shardblade. What? Because you leveled up. Kaladin basically leveled up.
And then, I feel like immediately I should have been like, oh my god, pattern is the Shardblade, and that's why it didn't scream.
I didn't clue in, but...
So, Kaladin has technically wielded a living Spren before Syl.
Yeah.
I wonder how Syl feels about that. She's a little jealous.
Yeah.
She's a jealous character. I feel like she doesn't love it.
Does she know, or was she already dead by then?
Does she know? Oh. But she's not dead, because she's arguing with the Stormfather somewhere.
Fuck if I know. Main Street, thank you so much. Welcome to the Nerds Radiant. Kaladin fulfilled both oaths. He promised he would stay out of Moash's way long enough to get his people in place. Then he defended Elhokar after. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's true. And this is the thing about it being like, because people keep trying to argue with me that the oaths have to be about intent and not about the words. And I actually disagree. I think the words are very important and the intent is actually less so. Because otherwise Shalon would have Shalon blocking out the memory of speaking her words would have affected her ability to connect. But the fact that she said them, even though she doesn't remember it actively, she's still able to use her power, right? Like, the actual words do matter. It's not just like some... The words of your bonds and your oaths do matter. And they're not 100% of it, but it's not like you can, like, have your words be just words and your intentions are the only thing that matter. They both have to have some power over this.
Yeah, well, and because it's not like you could, like, lie and give a fake oath.
Well, I mean, Shalon probably could.
No, yeah, sorry.
I don't think Kaladin can, yeah.
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 Yeah. Anyways, Graves runs away like a little bitch, okay, when he sees this. And so Moash and Graves leave, and Kaladin is very confused about what Graves said, but it's like, no time for that because Dalinar is in danger, and Syl is like, there's a fucking Everstorm coming, get your ass out there.
Yeah, we also find out that Graves is with the Sons of Honor.
What?
That's his, like, because we were like, there's 3 organizations, we couldn't figure out what the third one was. So Graves is in the Sons of Honor, which just sounds like a white supremacist organization.
Wait, no, because he knows the diagram.
Amaram's the Sons of Honor. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, Graves with the diagram. I'm mixing them up. Amaram is in the Sons of Honor, which it sounds like a white supremacist. Like the Sons of Honor were definitely a January 6th.
Well, they're definitely supremacists because they're like, oh, it's fine. A bunch of people are gonna die for us to achieve our goals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
It was very funny. Sons of Honor just sounds like they have a "Don't Tread on Me" flags, and they are like,
Jesus Christ.
I just wanted to make that joke, and I fucked up by saying it's Graves. I'm sorry. I fucked up. And so, yeah, Kaladin is going to go... Syl's like, we got to go west.
Into the west. Chapter 85. Swallowed by the Sky.
Pinky Armando says we also now have the Stormbreakers. The Stormbreakers aren't a secret organization. They're a member... They're one of the Knights Radiant.
Yeah, I thought they were the Knights Radiant segment.
Sorry, yeah, Kaladin has to go east. I'm getting my diagrams. The Stormbreakers are just the law people. They're the law.
Yeah.
Swallowed by the Sky. We have 6 POVs.
So Dalinar, Navani, they get the information that there's storms would converge on their location. They're like, get to the fucking plateau immediately, right now. Adolin's tent flies, and suddenly Szeth is there.
Mm-hmm.
They fight. Shalon's trying to figure out the puzzle, and then Renarin is like,
I see the future.
And Shalon is so mean. She's like, someone shut that boy up. He's a fucking weirdo. And I'm like, oh my God.
I agree with that.
I'm
with Shalon.
No, I feel so bad for Renarin.
No, Shalon's trying to save everybody's lives, and he's being in the corner, not
He's
helping.
Like, we're dead.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I might be doing the same. Then Dalinar is like, oh shit, Szeth is here. So Adolin, be a good leader. Don't be a prick. It was good knowing you. And then they fight. They're like, Bridge 4, stand back. He's just gonna kill you guys.
Take care of your mother.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Linus, thank you for that super chat. Which POV do you want? Yes.
Dalinar's like, hey, Bridge 4, back off. This is not a Bridge 4 fight.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And Szeth is like, he's like, did you ever find out why they wanted to kill Gavlar? And Zeth's like, no, I don't care.
I don't ask questions, bitch.
All right. Cool, let's go.
Good talk. Adolin.
Szeth then boops Royan into the air.
Not yet. Adolin is trying to get off the armor.
Oh, shit, right.
So that he can jump in, all right?
Yeah.
And then Dalinar and Szeth are fighting.
This is the doffing
Yes. The 10 minutes to take off your armor.
It takes 10 minutes to take off your armor.
Yeah.
And so, but how... God, NADPOD had this great bit recently on their D&D court where they're like, if you had people helping you, how quickly could you get it off?
Exactly. If you had squires and assistants.
Yeah, but I don't think Scar and Drahe are necessarily... like
they're doing
doffers.
Their best.
They're not professional doffers though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You need a professional doff squad.
It's like a pit crew.
Yeah.
Dalinar is fighting and he fights Szeth and he still gets beat up and he's like, hey, even if I wasn't fucking wasted out of my face, Gavilar still would have died.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice. Szeth is about to fucking kill him, and then Royan with Bridge 4, they all come in, they're like, bam, 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 and Szeth is like, fuck you, and he throws Royan into the sky screaming.
I really thought Kaladin was going to catch him. I really did.
No, it's next time.
And so then we watch as Adolin, his doff squad doffs him pretty quick.
And he's like, oh shit, Royan, very dead. Okay,
And
cool.
so Adolin jumps in and he starts parrying. Royan just splats. Which is foreshadowing for what happens later on in the book. But without the Fabrial that Niall has, Royan is dead. So I guess a character died. I don't know if I would call him a main character, but a character did die.
He's like a tertiary.
We learned about him 7 chapters ago.
No, he is mentioned one time in the previous book.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So then he dies. Adolin gets
in there to fight. Yeah, fight. Pew pew.
Dalinar gets sent flying up into the sky, and Adolin is about to go fight Szeth, but Szeth is like, "Oh no, I'm good." Yeah.
And Adolin's like, "The fuck you are."
That's all I was here for. I don't really care.
And then Adolin tries to go fight him, and Szeth is actually evil and is like, "Well, maybe I can kill somebody on my own terms." And Szeth is the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen.
And so Szeth just breaks his wrist.
Pretty much, yep. Then he sees Dalinar floating down from the sky like Jesus.
Someone cast Featherfall.
Yeah, it's a useful spell. Always have it prepared, friends.
Yeah, I really thought the lashings were kind of a like all gravity or no gravity situation. And so I did not realize that you could like slow lash someone.
You can here it's the strength of the lash and also how many lashes, right? Because remember Szeth would like lash something and then lash it again to like pull it. Yeah. Look, momentum, gravity. I don't fucking physics, whatever. It is what it is.
He gets half lashed, I guess.
Yeah,
says
I'm just gonna
so he half lashes Dalinar down, which has got to be fun. Honestly, I kind of want to get lashed around. Just like fucking fling me up into the sky and then like bungee jump without a cord.
Amazon.com crop riding
Don't think that's what I meant, and we already have a few of those.
You said lashings.
So yeah, Kaladin's here. Chapter 86. The last chapter in the book. This is where it ends.
No.
It would have been better if it did. This chapter fucking rocks. But it's hard to talk about because there's fucking it just bounces around POVs. Kaladin and Szeth start fighting. Because Kaladin is like, you killed who's that? Royan? I don't know that guy. Did any Bridge 4 guys die? Yeah? Okay, I'm pissed about them. Let's go. Shalon is like Renarin, shut Renarin up.
Bridge 4 all run over and are like, take my gems.
They throw like bags.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
We saved these in case you needed them.
They knew. They fucking knew.
Shalon put together that the Loch Oz is a Fabrial. Then we cut to Dalinar, who is like, I need a status report while the fight is happening. I need to save everybody.
Yeah.
And so...
so they go to where Shalon is.
Well, no, first he's like, hey, Adolin, Kaladin's a Knight Radiant. And Adolin's like,
I knew it!
That's my boy.
He's like, I knew there was something fishy about that guy. I was so right.
And so he's like, I'm going to go find Shalon. Dalinar gets on his horse, who is fine. Thank God.
Yes.
And Dalinar finds Sabarial.
Gallant, that's it. I was like, Gallivant?
And Sabarial and
eating.
Paloma
They're just eating.
Are just sitting outside, dry somehow, drinking wine.
And reading.
They have a charcuterie plate in a book.
They're in a hurricane. And they're reading and eating.
I am suspicious of Sabarial now.
I know.
There's some Hoid shit going on with him.
Something's funky in there. Maybe he's the one Hoid is looking for.
Well, no, he would have found him.
Yeah.
Sabarial goes to all the feasts.
Yeah, I don't know. Hide in plain sight. I don't fucking know.
I thought this was amazing. Sabariel just sitting back with a fucking umbrella in his pina colada, being like, Dalinar, is there a war going on?
Your supplies was blowing all over the place.
We decided to start eating.
Yeah. Hope you don't mind.
It's so random. I love it.
Great.
I want a whole book of them just like chilling in the background of all the major events.
I know.
Like, it's like Lion King 1.5, where it's like what were Timon and Pumbaa up to the whole time.
Yeah.
But it's just Sabariel and Paloma.
That would be actually fantastic.
And so then he's like, okay, well, go do stuff.
Get on the plateau. We're leaving. We're getting out of here.
And Aladar rides over and is like, I killed all the Parshendi. Vengeance Pact secured. We win the day. It's over, right? We won?
Right? Why do I feel like this is still going bad? And they're like, well, there's actually 2 storms coming. Take your men, get on the plateau, and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it was, Yeah. It was not great.
Yeah.
Kaladin is flying through the air after Szeth, and Zyl's bouncing around, being like, I was only as dead as your oaths.
Makes sense.
Kind of, yeah. Except, like, both oaths, neither oath had, like, come to pass yet, so I'm not sure how they were dead. He hadn't actually made a choice.
Maybe that's why Syl wasn't actually dead. She was just dead.
Semantics. And so they're bouncing around, and the Stormfather's pissed about it. The Stormfather wants everyone to die, and so there's 2 storms coming, right? The Everstorm is coming from the wrong way, and there's a high storm coming from the right way, because the Stormfather sent it just to fucking kill him. He's like, you know what? The Alethi society is bullshit. Mm-hmm. So in a rather based way of destroying racism, he's just going to murder everybody.
Yeah, just fuck everybody.
Yeah. And then, it really is the Noah's Ark moment of Roshar. And if he just succeeded, we could have had 2 animals of every type in a boat. We could have had unicorns, but they were killed.
Yeah, really sad.
All animals are basically fucked. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this world survives what happened. But I
don't know how animals survive in this world at all, but...
So Szeth keeps claiming that Kaladin has an honor blade, and he's like, I don't know what that is. And so they fight, and Syl's like, oh, you probably want a spear. And so she can become a spear, and she can also become a shield. And so I take it back. Syl and Kaladin can have sex.
Yeah, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
I was previously not on the Syl and Kaladin ship train, but now that she can become anything...
Yeah. Syl does what Syl wants, all right? Or Syl does what Kaladin wants.
They're going to have a freaky relationship.
Yeah, it's going to be something. So they're fighting...
And then we jump over to Shalon.
Shalon is putting infusing the spheres. She's like, fuck it. People can see that I can fucking move Stormlight around. I don't give a shit anymore. People are dying. This is bad. She's like, get over here too. And Adolin is like, wait, you also do that? And she's like, yeah, sorry about it. Then hurry the fuck up.
We need Stormlight. She's like, this Fabrial needs a shit ton of power. So we need to power it. Bring me your spheres. Bring me your cash money. Mm-hmm. Make it rain, bitches. And so we cut back to Kaladin. And they're fighting. They're beating the shit out of each other. And Szeth is like, the knights can't be back. And Kaladin's like, I am. I'm so sorry. This is difficult for you to understand.
Motherfucker.
And so Szeth stabs Kaladin, and he heals himself. And he's like, fuck, that consumed a lot of Stormlight. And then the amount of Stormlight these 2 have gets a little bit mushy for the rest of this fight. Because because Szeth goes through his a lot faster than Kaladin.
Yeah.
But they have the amount of Stormlight needed for this fight to happen. And for Kaladin then to continue to fly. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It's really cool. The fight is sick. Syl becomes a spear, and then a hammer, and then a shield. And
it's pretty great. She's very malleable. I love that for
I
her.
do wonder how big a shield she could become. I do wonder. I wonder if Sigil in the next book is like I've designed some tests to see what Syl can do.
Mm-hmm, yeah. They are constantly being energized by the storm. That's why the amount of Stormlight is nebulous, because they're using it, but they're also taking it in, and so it's impossible to know how much they each have. Except that Szeth has less because he uses his faster. Very important. And then Szeth is like, fuck this. I don't need to fight you. I just need to go kill Dalinar.
I just don't really understand. I don't understand the it seems to me like they shouldn't feel like they're using it in the storm. But it does seem like they are using it.
Well, because then they would just have unlimited amounts in a storm, and that,
Is it? But wouldn't that be kind of true?
Maybe.
It's like having your laptop plugged into the wall. Like, yeah, it's charging the battery, but you're not going to run out of battery. It doesn't matter. It's a really cool fight. I like it a lot. It's really, really well done. I like how much talking they do during it.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Shazam conversation where they're like over the city and they're he's monologuing and Shazam's just like, we're in a storm.
You gotta speak up.
You can't be a Radiant. They don't exist. I am one though. Like they're literally in a thunderstorm. You gotta understand.
They just have magically enhanced voices. Shalon gets everything lit up. All right, lit AF. And then Adolin puts a Shardblade in the keyhole, and she's like, fuck, okay, well, here, cat's out of the bag. Pattern, become a Shardblade. Woohoo, put you in the keyhole. Twisty, twisty, turny, turny, poofy, poofy, and they go to Urithiru.
Yeah. Because she doesn't need to wait 10 heartbeats, even though the big misdirect was that she waited 10 heartbeats against...
the Chasm Fiend.
No, against the girl.
Tin,
yeah.
Yeah.
We got the 10 heartbeats in that POV. Against Chasm Fiend, we didn't have her POV. We were in Kaladin's POV when it happened.
Wait, no, but she also says 10 heartbeats to herself when the fucking Spren attacked
Right, because
her.
later on in the book, Shalon goes, I was lying to myself about Pattern.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And so she's not waiting 10 heartbeats for it to form. She's literally counting 10 heartbeats and then forming Pattern immediately.
Yeah.
She's
a liar.
So delusional that she's deluding herself.
She's a little delulu, and I love her for it.
And so they go to Urithiru. Kaladin.
They boop out of there, and Cal and Zeth are like fighting, and Zeth is like, I'm gonna go kill Dalinar, and then suddenly they all fucking disappear.
Yeah. This is where they jump into the storm and they get all their Stormlight back.
Right.
And they get to the plateau, and everyone's gone.
Surprise!
Yeah.
Adolin cuts them out on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
There's light or ethereal. It's pretty banging. It's a little dirty. It's a little creme covered.
They went through a secret tunnel.
They sure did. Zeth is like, ah! And there's like Spren everywhere. And he's like, no, wait, they went to Urithiru. And so Kaladin is able to follow Zeth all the way there. Kaladin's big brain got lots of Stormlight. Zeth is like convinced. He's like, oh, totally lost him. Turns around. Kaladin's still there. And Zeth is like, fuck it. And then he lets himself die.
Well, see, this is where it gets complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So there are two versions of this.
I haven't read the other one yet, so can we talk about it next week or on the football recap?
Okay, so we're going to talk about the book. We're going to talk about the original version.
Yeah, we're
not going to talk about what Brandon Sanderson changed it to that, in my opinion, doesn't make it better.
Okay, we'll get to that because I haven't read it. You need to send it to me because I don't have it.
Great. It's in the Kindle version.
Oh, okay, great.
We already have it. Emrys, the librarian, thank you for that super chat. Adolin knows Shalon likes putting things in holes.
She does.
He's gonna get pegged. So this is where Kaladin goes to attack Zeth, and he allows Kaladin to make a killing blow, slicing his soul and burning out his eyes. And the Honor Blade begins to fall, and so Syl is like, grab that, it's really important. So Kaladin dives after it, and Zeth gets pummeled by the storm and falls definitely dead to the ground because they fall from the fucking sky. And Syl's like, might just keep you around, Stormblessed. And it's yeah. So Syl's like, I demand compliments. And he says nice things about her. And she's like, but those are just true. And I'm like, that's still a compliment? Compliments aren't lying.
I don't think she understands because she's not a lie Spren or a truth Spren.
Yeah, it was very odd for her to be like, those aren't compliments, that's just the truth. And I'm like, that's not what compliments are, Syl.
She's trying to make a joke, but she's not like a humor Spren. She's an honor Spren. And so she just doesn't get jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Pattern gets jokes. Pattern is like, you're an ugly motherfucker, and it's supposed to be funny.
Okay, but simple statements of fact that are complimentary, that's what compliments are?
Yeah,
like saying something that's just true about something. Yeah.
If you were to lie and give someone a compliment, I mean...
Then it's not a compliment. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah.
Syl, pointing out nice things about people that are facts use compliments. Like when I say, I think that you're very funny, that is a fact. You're very funny, and I'm complimenting you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just still being cutesy, but I'm a pedantic asshole.
Yeah.
And...
Chapter 87.
So, at this point, Eshonai, dead. Szeth, dead. And Syl's back. So there's only really one person who's come back already.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. No one else comes back. Yeah. So then we get the epigraph here.
No, we're in the riddance.
Yeah, and we get the epigraph here, where Tervangian brings up that the Blackthorn could become an ally or our greatest foe,
right?
Depending on whether he takes the path of the Warlord or not. And so they want to kill him, and I don't know why, because he's taken the path of the Warlord.
I still don't get it. I genuinely don't understand why they think that Dalinar is a threat to them. But they say that it is, so.
Dalinar is the one who's like, we need to kill all the Parshendi and end this so that we can unite people. It seems
pretty warmongery.
It seems like Dalinar is kind of working towards what... I feel like Tervangian could have, like, with a conversation, really, like, worked with Dalinar here.
I don't get it. Genuinely do not understand any of that, so I'm like, wow, fuck it. Yeah. Chapter 87 is that Syl says, yeah, so that other storm is gonna, like, go all the way around. It's gonna fuck everybody up from behind. They're like, oh, well, that's pretty bad. Also, those other Shardblades, those are dead Spren. It's really fucked up. You're, like, using the corpses of my friends to, like, kill people.
Merrick, we brought that up, man.
Huh?
Nothing. People are just correcting us when we already did. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. So Syl is being a good friend. Just a good friend. Looking out for Kaladin.
Yeah, she's like, just so you know, that sword is dangerous because it gives people your abilities, but without the, like, restrictions or checks that, like, a Spren has. So they can kind of do whatever they want to do indiscriminately, which, could be pretty bad in the hands of the wrong person. So keep that around, okay? Don't let anyone untoward find it. They go back to the plateau where Bridge 4 is waiting for them so that they can bring them to Irithiru.
And Teft is like, hey, Kaladin, you're a Light Eyes now. And he's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shalon is...
Really curious how they handle that in the books moving forward.
Yeah. Shalon is at Irithiru, and they're kind of exploring. They're trying to figure out, get their bearings. And everyone keeps calling her Bright Lord Radiant or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, this is going to be weird. They're trying to figure out kind of where they might be because there's mountains. And she was like, wow, if Noadon actually walked here like the book says, that's actually pretty crazy.
What if it wasn't a mountain back then? What if Rand Thor got really upset one day and blew up? And now, mountain.
Spoilers.
That's the prologue.
You said Rand Thor, not Luce Theron. Spoilers.
Whatever.
Spoilers.
I don't give a shit. I think that it's so fascinating that they're like, where is this place? And because you would think that Jasna would have, I feel like Jasna would have figured it out, but didn't figure it out. I also think that putting a city up here is insane. Like, how the fuck did you build this? And why did you build it? I understand having, like, a temple or, like, a hotel up here, but having a city up here just seems so wasteful.
It's for fun. Yeah,
because I was like, oh, like, the Knights Radiant can go up here, right? But they're like, oh, no, we're going to bring everyone. And I'm like, oh, there's room for everybody?
It's a magic city.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a magic city that, like, and I understand that this doesn't matter, right? I get that this doesn't matter. The change in pressure would be crippling to people. Like, the reality of going from sea level to the top of a mountain in a teleportation would be devastating on your body.
People fly all the time.
What?
Like, we get in airplanes all the time.
Yeah, they're pressurized. Why? Yeah. You're not just, like, raw dogging the sky.
I just thought they just gave you oxygen.
No. The tube you're in is pressurized.
Oh.
I like, yeah, you would die. Yeah.
Well, then, how is it possible that, like, a door can fly off of a plane and people survive?
I mean, you can, like, start dropping out of the sky pretty quickly and get down into pressure pretty fast, because the pressure in the plane doesn't just immediately shift. But it is very dangerous, and you can absolutely die.
So how long does it take, then?
I don't know the exact science. It would depend on the situation. I'm just saying, your ears would explode. But, again, it's magic, so it does not matter. It was just, my first thought was like, oh, they teleported in, yeah. Anyway. The pilot will immediately go to a lower altitude. Yeah. Because you'll die. You will just die. Like, sudden changes in pressure like that will just explode your brain. It's crazy. It's very dangerous. It's why you have to, like, when you're scuba diving up, you have to go slow. You can't just go straight up, or else you will get the bends and you'll probably die.
So as long as you do it slowly, you're fine.
Yeah, so like, you can jump out of a plane, right? And fall through the pressure, because your body adapts to the pressure as you drop, right?
Okay.
But if you were to teleport down, well, I actually don't know if teleporting down would be as bad as teleporting up. I feel like it would. I don't know if it's as bad going from high pressure to low as it is going from low pressure to high. No, because it must be, because scuba diving is high pressure to low. But it changes the amount of oxygen in your blood, and so it's, like, really bad for your brain and shit. Anyway, the oathgate is magic. It doesn't matter.
Going up the mountain. Like, we drove up mountains. So
yeah,
is that the, like, speed? Like, what? Doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter.
Yes, but we drive up them at a relatively slow incline. We're not... The pressure is slowly changing our bodies as we go.
But if you teleported up a mountain...
You would die. Yeah. 100%.
Has anyone ever tried that?
It doesn't... Again, this doesn't matter. What matters to me here is the logistics of keeping a city up here seems really hard, right? Like, especially... It must rain like crazy up here. And I'm not saying that Brandon Sanderson's wrong about this. I'm sure that he's thought all this through. But my first thought was, like, I thought this was going to be, like, a refuge for the Knights Radiant, not a city where tons of people can live. Right?
Right. You were like, the Knights are magical, so they're, like, protected.
Because they can fly up there. But, like, can you imagine the Knights Radiant, like... They're gonna find the corpses of all the people who were on Irithiru when the Knights betrayed their oaths.
Yeah, no corpses
right?
So far.
Like, the city would have had... Unless the Knights thought to evacuate people before they betrayed their oaths and lost their... and killed their Spren. All of the people in the city just died or just, like, the Knights stopped coming back. And they were just stuck up there. And they waited to die.
Yeah, I guess they would just, like, starve to death or something.
Yeah. Well, no, but they would have had food. Honestly, I'm surprised there aren't people still living up there. Right? Like, there's gardens and shit.
Yeah?
I mean, maybe the society just died off, but... But carry on, those 20% can't fly when... they break their oaths, right? Garen Barros, there are civilizations on Earth that lived thousands of years without connection to anybody else, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, like...
No, the rings of the city are built to be gardens so that they can feed the city.
Yeah.
Holy shit, we're 3.5 hours in.
Uh-huh.
I didn't think we were at the 3-hour mark yet. I've not been paying attention to the time at all.
Oh.
I thought we were at like 2:45.
No.
This is a long book club. I'm sorry. We're not even done yet.
I was just letting you go off about pressure. Because I don't know.
I've been having fun. I think this has been a good book club. I think that given I know that there was some concern that we were going to be very negative given the epilogue reaction. I feel like we've been pretty positive today.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Everybody good? Are we good for another probably 30 minutes? I like the end of this book a lot. I feel like we've been very positive about it. We've argued about like our interpretations of stuff, but I don't think either of us has said anything's really bad.
No, yeah, none of it's bad. We've been like making like jokes.
I know that the epilogue reaction ended with us being a little bit like, but because of the day in between, I feel like we got to a place where we're...
Yeah, we also like haven't gotten there to talk about it yet.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Okay, so, where were we? They teleport.
We're talking about pressure.
Under pressure, pushing down on me.
Yeah, I guess it is weird. I never thought about the fact that there are like no corpses up here or like bones or anything.
Well, they might find them. We don't know. It might just be something that they don't talk about, right?
But they've been there for weeks.
Right, and so there might have been a team that went and sweeped it up and...
Sure. The advanced team to get rid of all the dead bodies everywhere.
No, because fucking Jasna would... Like, the archaeological side of them would want to investigate how those people die. I feel like they'd actually be really interested in it. You know? Yeah. Like, it's part of the mystery of what happened up here, so I feel like it would actually be really important. Yeah,
I have no idea.
Anyway, your theory was really cool. It's such a fun idea. My whole point of that was I was shocked at the scope of it. I thought it was going to be smaller. I thought they were going to go up there and it was going to be like a refuge of the Knights Radiant, not like this massive, expensive city that can house thousands of people.
Right. Yeah. We get to Shalon. Shalon's checking in with Dalinar. They're like sending messages of warning about the storm that's blowing the wrong direction.
Yeah.
This is where they find out Dalinar is riding. It's probably pretty bad. And then they see Kaladin arrive.
Oh, and Elhokar is gone.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, don't know where he went.
Yeah, Navani is like, where did you hide him? And Kaladin's like, in the last place you would look. So the Lopen is trying to practice with Stormlight, okay? And Lopen's mom, I think, is like making Elhokar eat his vegetables, basically. Great scene. Very funny moment.
She's mad at him trying to open his burrito to eat it, and she's like, no, wrap it and eat it.
No, you cannot pick apart your burrito.
I don't care if you're the king. You're in a Herdazian woman's household, and you will do what I say.
Yeah. And then Lopen fucking grows his arm back because he sucks in Stormlight.
Okay, so... he begins to grow his arm back. He gets a little nub.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because Lopen is a Radiant.
I think.
This is the best part of the book. This is the height of Brandon Sanderson's career.
It doesn't get better than this section.
The Lopen POV of chapter 87.
Yeah, seriously.
No, it's really good though. It is funny. I like his mom a lot.
Yeah.
I love that Kaladin was... Because, like, it makes so much sense that who was with Kaladin through all that, right? He was the only character around.
Yeah.
I don't think hiding Elhokar with Xyle makes much sense.
No, gotta put him somewhere.
And so, yeah, he's like, Lopen, take him to Sabariel's camp and hide him as a Herdazian. The one thing about this...
Basically hide him in Little Italy, like...
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, my God.
I would love it if he like went to like a bar mitzvah, like there's just like this like comedy of errors as like Elhokar goes to all these like family meetings, events.
Yeah.
He's like, I need to get back to the war, and she's like, no, you are a Herdazian in disguise right now.
Yeah, right.
You have to go to this quinceañera.
So then we get Moash, who is running away like a little bitch.
Not really. He's running away because everyone's running away because Everstorm. None of them are.
Moash is like, I got fucking played. I got fucking played for a fool. And now I'm stuck here, and I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, and so he's going to He's going to Yakoved to get interrogated about the diagram and his place in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get to chapter 88. The man who owned the winds.
Yeah. Do you think Moash gets redeemed?
I think there's room for it. Okay. Yeah, I do. Especially with him coming to this realization of like, I can't believe I attacked Kaladin. I think these people are using me.
Yeah.
Right?
Shalon. Oh, this is another one where we get 1173090605 1173090801
I'm so serious right now. Please stop. I will not listen to that again. Hated it. Fucking hated it. In a book, it's fine. You can look and be like, those are numbers there. I don't have to listen to them. But in the fucking audiobook, it's like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. Hated it. Anyways, Ghostbloods figured out who Shalon / Vale is. And she's like, fuck you, you killed Jasna. And Mraize is like, well, I'm bringing your brothers here just as a nice little gesture.
This scene fucking rocks.
If you would like to find out what the truth is, you can join us.
Yeah.
Strong pitch.
Dug Mraize a lot here. She's like, oh, but you're going to threaten to kill. And he's like, no, they're going to arrive. They're going to be here.
Yeah.
There's no threads on this deal. I'm showing you that I'm not evil. Because here's the thing. I actually think Mraize's picture is really smart. Because if he's like, no, I'm going to hold them over. If I'm going to blackmail you with them, it's like, well...
he's fucking around.
But then you're evil and I don't want to work with you.
Yeah, exactly.
But him being like, we're not evil.
Your family's actually worked with us a bunch.
Yeah. I think it's such a strong pitch. I think Mraize became so much more interesting here than he had... And he's always been pretty interesting as a villain.
Yeah.
But he becomes interesting here because there really is the opportunity for him to not be a villain now. I still think that it will turn out that he is.
Yeah, for sure.
But given how complicated the world situation is, Taravangian might be right? The Ghostbloods might be right. All of these people might be right in the way that they're going to stop the Everstorm, because our main characters have no fucking clue, right? The main characters in our series end book 2 with no idea of what to do next, and are told by everyone on every level that there's nothing they can do, that it's hopeless. And so book 3 is going to get into what to do next. But the end of book 2 is a real downer, right? And the only hope is that now they have Radiance. Those Radiance have no goals, right? They have no like actionable next steps other than stop as many people from dying in this first Everstorm as possible. But so we kind of are left with either the Ghostbloods, the Diagram, or the Sons of Honor know what to do next. They're the only people who have any clue past this point. And they all are making interesting and somewhat tinged with darkness pitches, but they all might be right.
I think also Jasna has information.
No, because she comes back and we'll talk about that. But like, she's like, oh no, my information's useless. I was like, oh great, thanks.
Yeah, but at least it's like a starting point for filling in the gaps of what happened last time. And we'll talk about
it when we get to it.
Yeah.
And so I thought Mraize's picture was fantastic. I think he like was really like, I'm not here to kill you. I'm not here to blackmail you. I'm just telling you, you've worked with us before. I think that we can keep working together. And I don't want to fight. I just want to convince you that it is worth it to stick with the Ghostbloods. And that is... The scene got so much more interesting because I was like, Shalon, just kill him.
Yeah.
Shalon, you have an Shardblade. Literally, no one can touch you anymore. No one can hurt you. Because I love, there's we kind of skipped over, but there were a couple conversations with Shalon where people are like, oh no, you're going to be in danger. And she's like, you can't kill me. Now, once she reveals that she's a Radiant Servant, she's like, I don't think you understand. Nothing any of you can do can kill me. I fell in the chasm. I'm fine. As long as I've got light on me, you can't touch me. And so in this situation with Mraize, she has all the power, and he knows that.
Yeah.
Unless he's also Radiant, which is possible, but...
Maybe.
I don't think he is, because then he would just join up. He'd reveal himself, join up, and then there would be a Ghostblood in the Knights Radiant.
Maybe.
So him pitching as you'll be the Ghostblood in the Knights Radiant, I think it's smart. I think it's good, cool shit.
Yeah. No, yeah. I loved it.
And then she goes and makes out with Adolin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just fucking
yeah, Adolin's like, oh yeah, Pattern picked out your rooms for you. Hopefully they're fine. And she goes in and it's, oh shit, we're getting like a weird flashback, but not a flashback. It's like brought on by the room where it turns out Pattern killed Shalon's mom because Shalon's mom was trying to kill her.
Yeah. Yeah, because Shalon, so Shalon's mom found out about Pattern.
Found out that, like, Shalon was doing things that are unnatural.
Well, but she must have said the oaths in order to do things that are unnatural, right?
I don't know. Pattern was so mindless at the beginning that I actually am not really sure if it was...
Well, she said the oaths before this, because what we don't see is Shalon say the oaths in this moment. So we know that Shalon has already said the oaths by the time she kills her mom.
Yeah. So there's definitely...
Because the Lightweavers only have to say one oath.
Oh, right. She made her first oath, and that's it. That's all she needs to do is the first one. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, her mom probably like saw her fucking like making shit move or like just some weird shit and is like, "Oh my god, no, my daughter is a demon," and then tried to fucking murder her. And it destroyed her whole family cuz her dad let everyone think that he's the one who killed her.
Yeah.
And then her dad became a murderer. Crazy how that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, tragic.
Yeah, we are kind of the lies that we tell about ourselves in a way. And so what does that say about Shalon's future? Oh no.
Yep.
Veil. I
think that the having to tell truths is a really interesting fail-safe for the light weavers.
Oh, that's a good point.
Right.
Yeah, it keeps you from falling too far off the path. That's cool. Yeah, I dig that. That's a good pull.
Yeah.
It's a really cool pull, babe.
Checks and balances.
Amaram. That motherfucker. Goes and breaks breaks Dalinar out of his prison cell. That isn't a prison cell, but is kind of a prison cell.
Yep, someone tries to kill them with blow darts, so ghost bloods.
It's the masked person who is with the ghost bloods. Is trying to kill Amaram, not trying to kill Talon. Right? But Talon saves him because he's like fucking Neo from the Matrix. He's just like, pa, pa. And Dalinar is stolen by Amaram and taken into a coach to go probably to Earthiru?
I don't know. They're trying to reinstate the church, which is never a good idea. They're all about murdering a bunch of people for the good of everyone else, and Amaram's just a piece of shit.
And this is where we learn that Amaram is part of some like religious zealotry, which is interesting. I think it's so fascinating that religious zealotry keeps being a bad guy in Brandon Sanderson. For all of like the Brandon Sanderson is a religious writer shit that gets slung at him, he really writes anti-religious writing a lot.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't treat gods with much reverence in his books.
Yeah.
And he doesn't treat people who believe fervently in their gods with much reverence in his books, which is what you would expect from people who are kind of like written off as being a religious writer.
Yeah.
And I find it really fascinating that he keeps kind of arguing against the idea of God.
No, it is really interesting.
Yeah. And so we're going to get more with that with Amaram, I'm sure, in the third book. Yep.
And we have one more fake out death. Szeth is alive. He gets resuscitated by Scarface, who is a herald?
Yeah.
Seemingly?
He's the herald of justice.
Yeah, he's like, the law is what matters most. He is Javert.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in a way.
He is Javert. Szeth is like, "No, please, I want it to die." And he's like, "If you're sure, then I'll kill you." And he's like, "Wait a second, no. I want to go fuck up my people for turning me into this monster." So apparently Nail is like super okay with like revenge as well.
Yeah. Because Nail is only bringing justice to Radiance, not to everybody else. And Szeth isn't a Radiant, so no justice.
I guess.
And so he's bringing justice to Radiance. So if a Radiant breaks the law, he kills them so there are fewer Radiants so that the Voidbringers don't return. Even though the Voidbringers are back. And it really seems like Nail should have realized that the Voidbringers were going to come back because he's lived through it so many times that I don't know why he thought he could stop it.
Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna be a bit of a mystery to me.
Ty still
but
says...
I think that Nail makes Szeth a Radiant.
No.
Yeah, he makes him a Skybreaker, right?
Sure.
Yeah, he's like, you're gonna be...
He says you're worthy to be a Skybreaker. I don't know that Nail can make someone a Skybreaker, though.
He's a herald? I thought that was their whole point.
No, the Spren decide who becomes a Radiant. I don't think the heralds come back to teach the Radiants... But the heralds can't just, like, make people radiant. I don't know.
I don't know. Dalinar is like, hey, Stormfather, I'm a radiant now, so...
Let's get to that next. I want to bring up... The reason why this didn't work for me, this particular fake-out death, and because you brought up a great point about it that I want to get to.
Sure.
Is because Szeth's death is so finite in terms of how he dies and the way that he comes back... And I know with the change, it's a little bit less finite. We'll talk about that next week after Clarus has read it. But Szeth is brought back by a Fabrial. And I understand the idea that there are ancient fabrials that are probably more advanced than we have in modern times. But we don't use but we've never really used fabrials in either of the first two books to heal people. Right?
Mm-hmm. There's no, like, medical fabrials that we know of.
And so the idea that a fabrial that can bring someone back from death exists comes out of fucking nowhere. And I think that it is the thing that keeps this book from being as much as high as, say, Hero of Ages or Final Empire for me, is that Brandon Sanderson, a few too many times in this book for my taste, introduces solves to his problems without foreshadowing after he introduced the problem for hype factor.
Yeah, it happened with the Adolin duel
the White Spine situation, and then it happened the here. Way that he is saved here, both come from this, like, world of, well, we just have a thing.
Yeah. The ancient civilizations had things that are just going to be really convenient for us.
Yeah, and so I don't like this. And here's the other problem with it, to me, is that the explanation is that Nail is able to bring him back because his brain was still intact.
Wait, no. Okay, if this is... Why didn't Nail resurrect the little boy that Lift was with?
Because Lift did it.
I mean, yeah, but Nail wasn't going to do it. Nail is like, you fucked up, you broke the law, whatever it is, you didn't have means to kill this boy. And instead of bringing him back, is like, fuck it. If he had the power to bring people back from the dead, why did he not bring that little boy back?
I don't know. Because he doesn't give a shit about non-Herald. He only cares about Radiant shit. I just... This is one where I wish it happened in the next book. And there's three things that all happen at the end of this book that I just wish happened in the next book. This, I wish happened in the next book. Adolin killing Sadeas, I wish happened in the next book. And Jasna coming back, I just wish they happened in the next book. But all three of these things are just shoved at the end of the book when they feel like they're part of the next story and not a part of this one.
Yeah, it doesn't...
In a way where the book limps across the finish line in a way that it is unfortunate to me.
Yeah.
The Nine Bishop says, why does postponing it make it better? Because by putting it in the next book,
story structure.
You're making it about the story from then on and not about undercutting the legs of the end of this book, which should end with Dalinar claiming the Stormfather and becoming a Radiant.
Yeah.
And then...
Because that is a conclusion to this story, right? That is a high to leave off of.
Yes.
Yeah, cutting the legs out from underneath the stuff that you just did... I think, like, can be a good device when it's like, and next time on whatever, and then you have, like, an opening, cold open, or whatever it is for the next episode, the next book, whatever it is, of now we're going to take what you think you know, and we're going to twist it. Like, keeping the story book as a concise story, I think is definitely... not cared for in this series in particular.
Yeah, I think in particular, Adolin killing Sadeas feels like such a random scene at the end of this book. And, like, I'm glad that Sadeas died. It just feels random in the final chapter to just have Sadeas die and nobody knows. It's just a very odd thing because it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's just sort of there. And it's not structurally, it doesn't pay anything off. Sadeas hasn't mattered in like 300 pages.
Yeah.
And so he just kind of dies and you're like, oh, okay, I guess we'll get to that later. I don't know why.
Yeah. If we had left the series without the Adolin chunk and without the epilogue, I would finish this book like, holy fucking shit, this was incredible. I am riding the fucking highs of this right now, and I still have so many questions, and there's so much going on. This is delicious. The undercutting is a strange choice.
But it's only because there's so many things that undercut at the end. I just think if it was pared down to one or two of them.
If you keep Szeth. Keep the Szeth thing.
Or Jasna.
Keep
Jasna as the post-credit scene would have been fine. But
sure.
It's that it goes... Eshonai is fake dead. Obviously, Eshonai's not dead.
Syl
Szeth is fake dead. Syl comes back, and then Jasna comes back.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels like the end of the book undoes any of the, like, stakes of the world. Because now there are fabrials that can bring you back from... Szeth is dead. Szeth fell from the sky. Like, the idea that his brain is intact is so goofy.
Oh yeah,
he
it would
crashed
have
into
turned
stone.
Into mush.
Like I understand
like,
the fabrial.
How would you heal your memories back together?
You brought a great point though. If he had been pulled through the cognitive realm, if like Talon had reached into the cognitive realm and pulled him through that way, it would have worked better to me than Nolan saying, "I managed to." You were so Szeth and Kaladin were fighting across the sky. Mm-hmm. They were somewhere. Naln was able to get to Szeth in the seconds after. So either Naln is omniscient to where they were and can teleport, which is boring to me. Mm-hmm. If the heralds are just fucking gods, then this is going to get real weird. But Naln being like, I managed to get to the random spot you fell out of the sky seconds after you splatted in a particular way where your brain was perfectly intact after Kaladin severed your soul with the Shardblade to heal you with this fabrial that only works when you're like in between death and death. And I was just like, the convenience of that is just pull him through the cognitive realm.
It just felt,
something Cosmere instead of like, your brain was fine.
It felt like it tried a bit too hard in the wrong way. Whereas if you'd been, if Nam had like pulled his consciousness into the cognitive realm and been able to rebuild him based on this cognitive realm, which we don't understand really how it works. Like if there was like a thing there, and because we've already set up the cognitive realm, right? We hadn't really set up this like fabrial, so whatever. But you set something up in a way that like makes this otherworldly place change the rules a little bit. I would have found that so much more interesting than, I just have an item in my bag that fixes it.
We just have a fix. And honestly, if that happened if that was the next interlude in book 3, I don't think it would have been, I would have minded it so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It is that it's that all of these things happen at the same time. That it feels like it undercuts Dalinar's moment. And Dalinar's moment at the end of the book is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Dalinar demanding the Stormfather let him be a Radiant is incredible. That all of the Dalinar stuff at the end of chapter 89, between the demanding of the Stormfather and making the deal with the Stormfather that he'll be the Radiant who never uses shards, right? The becoming a bondsmith and then meeting with Shalon and Kaladin and
Renarin walks in.
And is like, I can see the future.
Oh my god, it's so good.
That stuff is so sick. And if it just ended on that without all of these extraneous things, because it makes the end of the book feel distracted rather than pointing into this moment.
Yes.
It almost feels insecure on the author's part, right? The author got to all of this, the high of this moment, and was like, I need them to know about this stuff that's going to happen in the next book. And I don't care. Put that in the next book. I'll read it in the next book. I'm excited for it in the next book.
Yeah.
And on the emotional high of this book. And I just think it gets too...
I think that Sanderson could have held back here a little bit, and it would have made the book stronger for me and for how I enjoy things.
And that's not to take away from all the awesome things in this book. We're very positive. So much of this is incredible.
Seriously.
I
was like, this might be my favorite fucking book ever.
It just kind of feels in these last kind of 5 POVs like it loses its
direction.
Yeah. Michael Kosi says, it sounds like you dislike plot hooks. The only plot hook I need is that the Everstorm is going to destroy the entire world. Kaladin is going to race home and try and save his family. I don't need all the other ones.
There's already so many that I think you just dilute it.
Yeah.
and I think that it is a less strong ending when there's just so many of them all over the place.
Like, if this book ended with the Radiance looking up at the Stormfather and the Stormfather saying there's nothing you can do, and Dalinar says, well, fuck you, we're going to figure it out, that to me is the only plot hook you need going into book 3, in my opinion. And what goes on, we know Sadeas is headed towards the tower. What is Sadeas going to do when he gets there is a plot hook, right?
Yeah.
I don't need Sadeas is dead to be the plot hook. What is Adolin going to finally do against Sadeas is the plot hook. And then you make Adolin kill Sadeas, the prologue of the next book, and boom, we're off to the races, right?
Yeah, because suddenly now we have to deal with the consequences of that. And I think that would have just built the tension in a better way.
I also think that if Nightblood was introduced to Stormlight in an interlude, it would feel better than throwing Nightblood on the ground at the end of a book.
It just feels
kind
like
of unprompted.
I want it to be more intentional. I want it to be part of the story.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: introducing Nightblood is really interesting. Like that, that moment, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because I'm so curious about how Nightblood functions in this world, and how it's different from Warbreaker, and what Hoid has to say about it. Right? Like, there's so many things here that I think could have been given their own space to breathe, because I think they're really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Right? And we, like, it's fine. I feel like we got to get to the Adolin and the Jasna part of it all. But I do want to just say one more time that the Dalinar scene with the Stormfather is fucking badass. I love the restrictions that are on it. It makes it so much more
cool.
interesting.
I love it.
I'm hyped as fuck for that. Anyways, Adolin straight up murders Sadeas in a hallway. Maybe somebody knows, maybe they don't. I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna get away with it. We'll see. I fucking hate Sadeas. I know this is gonna have negative consequences for Adolin, but I'm also like, fuck Sadeas. Fuck that motherfucker so fucking hard. Linus, thank you for that super chat. Kind of interesting you're assuming there's only one talking sword that wants to kill evil. You're right. Maybe it's not Nightblood. You know what? You're right.
Come on.
Bold of us to assume, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
It made me kind of want to get Nightblood more. Like a version of Nightblood.
Sure. Okay.
Because I was like, having like a Shardblade.
I don't know that I want that in the house, though. That stays in the garage.
If it starts talking to me, I'm throwing that thing away.
Yeah. Look, I agree with you. Like, I think the Adolin Sadeas scene is great. I just think it's in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
That's it.
For sure.
Or if neither the Szeth nor the Jasna thing were here and it was just the Adolin thing, I think that I would like it more.
Yeah.
It's just that it's crowded at the end of the book.
For sure.
And I would have, if I wasn't, I would have moved the Szeth thing to the next book. Because we've already handled
other... It would have been something.
Here's the thing.
Something over there.
We've already done the other parts of the Cosmere with the Pure Lake scene of the people chasing Hoid. We've done other parts of the Cosmere are in the interludes.
Yeah.
That's already happened.
So this could have been an interlude thing.
Move Szeth to book 3. Move Adolin killing Sadeas into the chapter before it. And then let the last chapter exist solely as Dalinar.
Yeah.
And I think that... And then cut Jasna at the end. I think I would have liked it more, honestly.
Yeah, so let's get to the Jasna of it all. Obviously, we've talked about the Hoid part of it,
before we get there,
fine.
Kaladin's like, I'm going to go save my family. And they're like, we don't have enough Stormlight. But I owe you so much, Kaladin. Dalinar being like, we'll find the Stormlight for you for this. I really like that moment. Yeah. I like it a lot.
No, that's so fair. 100%.
Yeah.
Epilogue. Don't love the Hoid stuff, but Jasna does come back, which means that we each were right about one thing. I was like, Syl is coming back, and you were like, Jasna's coming back, and we were both right.
I know, I just hate that we're both right, because everybody comes back.
Okay, and no, I agree with you 100%. I definitely am not a fan that there are no consequences for the Everstorm. Like in this moment, this huge battle.
There will be, you know, like, people are going to die. I think that one of the things that...
It just undercuts the stakes of this book in particular.
Yeah.
And it's not my favorite.
I do understand that people are like, oh my god, why do you always want people to die? And I'm like, because you're telling me, like, the writing on the wall was that the world is ending in 32 days. Like, the writing on the wall is that, like, nations are going to... All of this stuff. If that is the case, then when we get to the big battle, I want it to have end of the world moments. And when everybody who I know the name of doesn't die, and you keep being like, but what about those 2 Bridge 4 members that were mentioned for the first time when they died?
Yeah.
It's like, that's not
We killed
stakes.
one of Lopen's million cousins and a horse.
Well, and the Lopen's cousin one almost feels like a joke. Like, it is almost like,
I mean...
oh, yeah, that's one of Lopen's many cousins.
Who
like,
I never met, didn't know anything about.
That almost comes across comedic.
Yeah, almost.
And so Jasna's fine.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking to the god of the Spren, the High Spren, about shit this whole time. She was just fine.
Yeah, she's just been hanging out in the cognitive realm, which, like,
good
for her.
Sadeas doesn't die in the battle. Sadeas randomly dies on a day 3 weeks later in a hallway.
Sadeas is a bad guy. Like, Sadeas is the villain. So.
Yeah.
So it's like none of the people that we care about living died, like, to set the stakes.
Yeah. Who's Ashania?
Eshonai, I think.
No, Eshonai's not dead.
That's the problem.
There's
like,
no way Eshonai's dead.
Eshonai, I'm positive
if
that
Eshonai
is not
dead, fine. Like, it's not even a great death for Eshonai.
Well,
it's just sort of sad.
Sad, because you're like, oh my god, like, she got fucking possessed by Satan and died. Like, that sucks, man. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, I'm really curious how the next book handles Jasna just being gone for months.
She went to the Feywild and rolled the dice for when she came back. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just kind of like, I don't know. The Jasna thing, I just wish it was in the next book. I just feel like putting it here was one last person being like, don't worry, everyone made it to the next book.
Yeah. I think if you had spaced out these fake outs,
it
would not have felt this aggressive.
But it's like in 5 POVs, like, you know what I mean?
I know, but they're all so close to one another that it just, it definitely detracted from the story for me. Now, I'm glad, like you said, we had a day to think about it, because in the moment I was like, well, what the fuck, man? And now I'm kind of like, okay, I get it. I know these are the story points that has to happen. I wish it was arranged differently, or I wish that somebody had stayed dead. But I still think that this book is still, like you said, A+ fucking tier, right?
Code 76 says, Brandon is a fan of Doctor Who. Everyone lives.
Okay, no, we talked about this.
I know, and that's why I read it.
So, remember how I said I was going to reference again the same fucking Doctor Who episode, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. The reason that moment is so fucking good is because everybody doesn't always live. Yeah. People die in Doctor Who, and it is heartbreaking, okay? Mm-hmm. And so the moment where the Doctor turns to Rose with joy in his heart and his eyes, and he says, just this once, everybody lives. It matters so much. And that's, this book didn't, this book can't do that kind of thing now, because it's like, oh, everybody lives all the time, don't worry about it, people are always safe. You've talked about how, like, in One Piece, people have injuries that should just kill them. They should be dead. Yeah. But it's fine. Nobody dies. Mm-hmm. And I think that
One Piece is a cartoon for kids.
Yeah. Yes. But it is unfortunate because a thing like Doctor Who knows the importance of, like, the moment where it actually all goes right for once and you're able to save everybody. Yeah. And how emotionally impactful that is. Which and unfortunately this book just can't have that moment because it doesn't set up the, like, consequences of people dying in these kinds of moments.
No, I agree. I think that just this once is the most important part of that sentence.
Yes, exactly. Kathrak, thank you for that super chat. The fake out death's the only real weakness of the book for me. I agree mostly. One of the things I loved about Mistborn was how merciless he was there. So really disappointed here. I love how Sadeas dies. Yeah, I 100% agree. I think...
independent of the book, I think Sadeas' death is awesome. I
yes.
only don't like that it feels like the inciting incident of the next novel.
Yeah.
Just shoved in here.
Yeah, structurally, it's a weird choice.
Because it's interesting because it's a momentum killer for me.
Yeah.
I think the momentum leading up to Dalinar with the Stormfather is going so well, and then there's this weird aside where they set up the next book, and then they cut to, and I'm like, we didn't need to look over there. We were on our way. Mm-hmm. Like, we were building towards Dalinar on the fucking rooftop, and it was so fucking cool. That moment felt very, because I'm like, oh, we're just, okay, I guess I'll get to that eventually. Yeah. I don't know.
And I think that the reason it felt like such a weird drop off is because this book is fucking S tier through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, and so I was explaining this to you. I was like, it's like you're at a fucking 10 out of 10 for like the whole, like for this entire time. You're like all the way up here. You're hitting the highs. And then the end is like an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10, still great.
Yeah.
That is like, in terms of marks, that's still pretty fucking good. But that's a whole 2-point drop. And so it feels very clunky and it feels more impactful than maybe like it should be. Whereas if the book was an 8.5 and then it's like an 8 for the ending, it's like, okay, great, consistently all the way through. I think it is that this book is so fucking good that these last moments are so jarring.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that part of the problem for me is the Fabrial and Zeth scene. Yeah. I think it just being like, oh, we just have a thing. And it's like, oh, okay. It's just a thing.
Yeah.
And you know, the Fabrials are just things. Like they're just magic things. And so introducing them in the denouement of the book is any time you introduce magic in the wind down of a story, I think it's weak. I think that there is never a good time post climax to introduce a new magic. I think that in all storytelling, if you have hit the climax of that piece, it is always bad to introduce something that didn't previously exist in the world in the aftermath of that.
I think that's valid.
And that's my belief about all storytelling across movies.
Yeah.
I think that if you're going to introduce a new magic, the last time you can do it is in the climax.
In the climax, for sure.
After that, you're in the denouement. And that's why I think the Zeth thing should be a new book.
Yeah.
Because you're introducing an idea.
Yes, yeah.
The idea of Zeth being able to be brought back is a new concept. Mm-hmm. And so you put that in the next book.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think... Yeah, there is so much about this book that I love, and I'm glad I felt like we really focused on that for this book club, but the ending was jarring, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe we saw them in the Dalinar's visions, but that's not here and now, right? Like, the Zeth thing introduces, like, 4 new concepts to this book after the climax. Mm-hmm. And it's not stronger for it. Introducing that Niall is the Herald of Justice, introducing that Zeth can be brought back from what is absolutely fucking dead. There's no way his brain survived.
Nightblood.
Introducing Nightblood to this world.
Introducing the removal of Sadeas as a
No, I'm saying just in the Zeth scene.
Oh, just in that scene,
Post-denouement, you have introduced 3 new ideas within 3 pages in the point where you're trying to build up to, like, what was the theme of this book? And Zeth being alive isn't part of the theme of this book. It's just, it is a weakness to put it here. Introducing that this guy is walking around with ancient fabrials, it undercuts the momentum of the storytelling of the denouement of the book to be like, and here's a bunch of shit. Oh my god, Adolin killed Sadeas. Zeth is alive. There's fabrials that can basically heal you from death, so like you...
Even though we've never seen a medical fabrial before.
Brandon Sanderson now has to definitively, absolutely kill every single person on page from now on, or else I won't buy that anyone is dead.
I'm not gonna believe it.
I won't buy that there's stakes in any moment from here on out unless you absolutely kill them on screen, because even if their soul is severed, and I know that this is changed by the change. I get that he changed it. But if Brandon Sanderson has to...
get stabbed with a Shardblade?
No, can I just tell you? Sure. It's so small. So instead of cutting his soul by cutting his spine, Kaladin severs his wrist. So Zeth drops the Shardblade, the Honor Blade, and he loses the ability to fly, and he dies in the storm.
Oh.
And so I think at the point where Brandon Sanderson had to go back and change it, I don't think we're wrong for how we feel.
No, I feel pretty validated.
The author has gone back and been like, wow, this really doesn't work.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
we've been told that, like, Brandon Sanderson agrees with us about the ending of this book. So, yeah, I don't feel bad about talking about it.
Yeah.
Like...
Nerdy is a this is my hill and I'll die on it type of guy. Are you new?
Have you been here? But here's the thing.
Shannon.
Brandon agrees with the hill. So I think we...
And here's the thing. The book's also like a 9 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like... okay. For all of my whining, I think the book is incredible.
Yeah, like literally like a 9.5 out of 10. Yeah. Like genuinely, this book is fucking incredible. Which is why this clunky ending feels so weird, because there's so much good about it, right?
Yeah. Look, the book doesn't have the emotional hit that Hero of Ages and Final Empire have for me. I also don't care about the characters as much as I did in those books because I liked their interplay more. And I think that
There's so many characters in this book.
And they don't communicate much. Like, we don't actually see Adolin interact with many people.
Mm-hmm.
Really. Like, we don't really see Dalinar interact with many people. And...
it is the same couple of people, yeah.
Yeah, and because so much of the character progression in Stormlight is internal monologue, where so much of the character progression in Mistborn was the crew kind of pushing each other, that, for my taste, Mistborn is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the way Sanderson wrote those characters interacting
mm-hmm.
and pushing each other and arguing with each other
mm-hmm.
and having like a real... Brandon Sanderson in Stormlight has sort of written himself into a position where the chain of command is so strong
mm-hmm.
that it is hard for characters to be honest. And the only character who's really honest constantly with other people is Kaladin.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets punished for it a lot. And so he's kind of incentivized. There's a lot of reasons why characters in the Stormlight Archive are incentivized to not be honest with one another and not push each other. And it's the thing I love so much about the relationships in Mistborn is the way that he wrote the crew having this history with one another where they're you know, even Kelsier, there are long stretches of that where they are pushing and being like, Kelsier, you're wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's fantastic.
Kelsier, you're scaring us.
And I think that Stormlight, I hope that in Oathbringer we're at a point now where there's enough people on Dalinar's level because they're Radiance, where these characters can start to push and pull on each other a little bit more in dialogue.
Yeah.
And it's not so heavily reliant on internal monologue, which is one of the things I've gotten a little bit tired of in these two books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Linus, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. You can now go watch those reactions, and it seems like a good place to wrap up this 4-hour book club. I'm actually like starving.
I'm so hungry.
We like have to go.
High low. What's your high?
Oh my god. The fucking what there's so many like cool individual moments.
Oh, there's a billion things it could be.
I'm oh god, it could be anything. The Shalon stopping lying to herself. That scene was very emotionally impactful.
I love that.
Yeah. What was your low?
The Zeth return.
Sure. Yeah. My low was all of everybody comes back back to back.
My high was the noose tightening around Amaram scene with the Bridge 4. I thought Dalinar getting Amaram in that way. I thought the way it played out. I thought Kaladin getting justice in public, specifically in front of his soldiers.
That's a good
one. Was my favorite part of the book.
That, you know what?
I think it was my high of the entire novel.
Yeah.
Like the Amaram Kaladin Dalinar scene is excellent.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat.
Mm-hmm. Thruple.
The rule of 3 is a storytelling device that we'll get into.
If you want to follow us around the internet, you can. I'm at nerdynightly.
I'm at Claris Polaris.
Like and subscribe. Hit the dislike button. Leave me comments. Do all the things. Come next week for Edge Dancer and the Roshar essay. And leave us a 5-star review everywhere on the internet. Spotify, Podcast, Apple, things. Podbean, I don't know. Wherever you listen to your podcast. Thank you to all of the podcast listeners. I feel like we don't interact with y'all as much because it's hard to interact with podcast listeners, but there's a bunch of you all around the world. To all of our Argentinian friends who listen to this, thank you. Genuinely, it's so wonderful to see Argentine pop up so much.
Argentine?
Yeah, don't worry about it. The smut corner for this week is as follows. Kaladin and Syl.
Jesus Christ. Now that your Shardblade can become any shape that you want, well, that's all left to the imagination.
Yeah, people are like, she can turn into metal, and I'm like, with enough lube, that's going to be fine.
She could be like a full-on tentacle.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, could she be a shard whip?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, a shard cat of nine tails? The number of sexual instruments...
Whips are sexy weapons, though. Like an actual, weapon. Because, Syl can turn into a spear, a shield. Like, she could turn into a whip. You know, it does less damage in D&D, but it's a cool-looking weapon.
Yeah.
And it's got good reach.
And then, what are some other sexual escapades?
Oh, man. I
think that Sadeas, brawling with Adolin, I think that that was Sadeas' favorite way to like spend the day, and so I think that Sadeas died hard.
Yeah, he went out on with a stiffy, you know. Yeah, good for him.
Nice Victim says, remember, shard weapons cut the soul only if they're
make it
sharp.
a rounded edge.
Yeah, if it's
then
not sharp, then it's not going to cut anything.
Yeah. See, you're fine. As long as you're not cutting anything, you're good.
James Ross says, fans tend to let Syl be innocent. Have you got... James, you're a mod here. You should know better. We are not fans. We are the Nerdy Wordy Book Club, and we are degenerates. What y'all...
Yeah, we're
no,
haters.
I might be the first person to think about how you fuck the Oathgate, okay? That's the kind of dirty, perverted mind you're working with here, and we'll be back next week to not do that, because Lift is a child, and we're going to keep it PG.
Everyone online is like, you know, when you become a content creator, you got to find your niche.
Yeah.
And our niche is finding the most awful, unexpected sexual situations you could find yourself in a book.
Yeah. Not next week. We're going to be real careful about that, hopefully.
No.
But the problem is that she's so slick.
I really hate that. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Someone was like, I don't think that was a thing. And I was like, ooh, when was the first time this was used? Slick being women's getting wet was first added to the Urban Dictionary in 2017. Now, that doesn't mean that was the first time it was used, but it was I literally looked this up. So slick being that meaning was added to Urban Dictionary in 2017. Okay. So someone was clearly using it prior to that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I heard about it prior to that. So I think that I am right. I think I'm right about this, but I can't find any evidence of it being online before that. So I do think we
must conclude that...
Yeah, that Brandon Sanderson probably couldn't have Googled it when this book came out in 2014.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye. We'll see you
Thank you, mods.